reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. So stop playing with our money and get us our money.
Did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it a place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa, you from Africa, you African booty scratcher. I'm always reaching. We make niggas disappear like that triangle by Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm a shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Damn, well you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them sooner.
Living day by day in my hood on the spot. See the same old thing, same dope fiends, cops. Just the average day in the streets, California. 5-0, find a young girl dead around the corner. Mommy's on her knees, she had tears in her eyes, and her body knew why the young girl had to die. People look ashamed, it's been like this for years. Bloody sheets on her body, face wet from her mommy's tears. She couldn't have been over 4 or 5. And if mommy was a bait, she would still be alive. But now the street is a place, she could be swallowed by death. Brothers taking each other's lives and going to rest in peace. I wonder if heaven got together. My cousin died last year, and I still can't let go. I walk the streets of my city, of my neighborhood, seeing dope fiends living off canned goods. 15 niggas on the corner, and niggas die young in California. 5-0 will get a dope case and flaunt it. Have your ass on America's Most Wanted. But I don't slang or either gangbang. If all my old school homies do the same thing, I still got love cause you gotta live, so you can give and raise a family, G. But you gotta do your best slinging D-O-P-E. So keep a grip on yourself and stay mellow. And welcome to the ghetto. 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 From across the seas comes cocaine. But you never seen a black man fly the plane. Look at the news, a young black death. Was it drug related? Take a guess. I flash when I look in the mirror black, cause my reflection is a 9mm gat. I think about genocide and have thoughts on my homies who died. Everybody backstabbing, but I ain't the one to talk, I'm in the gap. Death give a shit about your color, but yet I see more dead young brothers. I'm going crazy out here, seeing 24 brothers die by the end of the year. And I still gotta deal with the 5-0. And I stopped selling dope in 9-0. But if it came to it, I probably still do it. Put a 9 in my drawers, get straight to it. I hope that I never see the day that I get 20 years for a cake. BK8 as a key to open up the door for the more money. But I ain't gotta do that, G. Cause I'm down with the F-A to the C, to the U, to the L-T-Y, G-Nut, extra large, and S-P-I, C-E, making niggas feel like Jello. And welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto. Welcome to the ghetto.
yali.
Found a place for you to ford upstream. It's good and solid up there.
Didn't you speak to him in Seminole, sir?
That's one of the riddles, Captain. He was born a slave, raised a Seminole. Now he works for the American Army.
In my family, only God is who I trust. And plus 50 at those who want to try to cross us. I'll be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no comprehending. Purchase from the black Mexican. Moving yeah every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no comprehending. Purchase from the black Mexican.
What it do? It's your host, Vino the Most, back for another classic in the book of the SGI Talks. And this chapter right here is Vino have questions for each one, teach one true story. The Pan-African master teacher saying on this last build, don't call me no African. Now, this bill right here, like I say, this is one of their top master teachers when it comes to the Black American history. Shout out to Truthstorian, you know what I'm saying? This ain't no shout out Truthstorian. Whenever I'm doing my videos, this ain't no hate. I don't hate these dudes, nothing like that. I just disagree with what they saying. And I got questions. So within this build, I did pop in him and Rob Bourne. Shout out to Rob Bourne too. I popped in. I had some questions, but it's about 2 hours into it. But it's like I say, it's one of the top historian teachers on the internet that be talking about Blacks in America. He was kind of doing deep dives. So it's just a little study to kind of sit back, roll up, and pull up too, you know what I'm saying? And look at the game, because it's a good game, you know what I'm saying? But my thing is, everybody ain't got the same story. Everybody ain't got the same story, but the stories are interesting, and the stories is to help us, you know what I'm saying, to try to figure out the Black American history. Trying to put everybody's stories together and, you know, trying to make it make sense to us, because a lot of us don't believe the stories. So that's where we at right now. We supposed to go over here and trying to listen to him. It's about a 4-hour something build or something like that. So it may be a part 2 or something like that. But just like I say, I like to, you know, this is one of the Black Americans that I like to listen to when it comes to history, even though I probably wouldn't agree, that I don't agree with some of the things that he's saying, but I'll be liking his breakdowns though.
Because there's more to get to it. I put the video live, but I'll put it back again so y'all can see it. But we went through, the people on the plantations were from West Africa and of African descent, right? And we went through that, and we had identifiers and various ways that we could do such. Okay, so I'm just gonna go brief real quick and show you when I was down with the Africa. So when I was African, don't call me no African, no. But so this right here is how we gonna start. Peace to people.
So once again, his angle is, because, you know, we talking about FBA, we delineating from Africans. We not Africans. We not identifying as Africans. We identifying as Americans because, for one, a lot of Black Americans feel that or know that black people was found in America and they people's always being in America. But we also have the story of Africans coming over and help building the United States of where it's at right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's about. Getting back reparations and past debts and dues that's owed that was never paid during the time of the building of America. Everybody else have got reparations in some type of payment form for wrongdoings to their race or their kind or their group of people, except for the FBAs that's in America, that to where they're using a lot of the laws to be able to justify rights for a lot of immigrants. And just like when I played that first, as far as in my intro, when the first black movie or the first black man made the first black movie in America, and I found it interesting that at the end of that movie that he was emphasizing that we not immigrants, this is our country, be proud of our country. And that's the FBA right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the FBA right there. But his move is Truthstorian, and I respect him because, and I appreciate him. I do. I appreciate everybody on that side because it make me dig deeper to find out more, because I be having more questions, even though they be coming with good information. I'm not gonna hate on the information. The information is good information, but it make me have more questions. It pushed me more to to finding out more stuff, because a lot of stuff, even though a lot is said, a lot of stuff ain't answered. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, it's still all love. Like I say, I'm a tough crowd. I'm a tough critic. I'm a tough critic. That's a fact. I'm a tough critic. You know what I'm saying? And I'm biased with Black Americans. I'm gonna let you know off the top. But I ain't no buster though. You know what I'm saying? The only time it's gonna get like that is when I feel like you on some buster shit. On some tether shit. I guess you know what I'm saying, the shit, buster shit that you know what I'm saying, the immigrants is doing, it turned them into tethers. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. And check out how Truthstorian used the history, because we saying FBA is we using these people in the past to say, okay, these are our people, and we saying we Americans. But he'll go into the past and bring up history documents of what the labels of these people, and bringing up slave records, bringing up evidence to confirm that people came from Africa and stuff like that. But it's still an argument with what he be saying. You know what I'm saying? But it's still good to get some type of information to be able to decipher and shift through. Because it's like I say, everybody ain't got the same history within America.
Joining the mayhem that's going to ensue. You can thank Rob Bourne for the bloodbath. You think it's going to be this relax and chill if you want to up in here. Rob Bourne is a demon. These are the facts, friends. So what happens is this. We're going to go to, this is just a part. So we're going to go, I just showed it the other day, so it might be recent. Okay, so we'll just go to sale because they were selling y'all. So we're going to go to find where some of y'all was for sale. Where is it? Just give me one so we can move past this part. Okay, here you go. So this is 1808. I have them going back even prior. So on them plantations, and the people who were here were from places like Congo, as you can see. and the Windward Coast, as you can see, and Angola, as you can see, and they were Mandingo and Fuller nations, as you can see, and they were brought to Angola, as you can see. They were Africans, known as, identified as, they were Africans, but in particular, when you break down what these were, people who were not only from the Windward Coast, but also people like Mandingo and Fuller, if you want to get more specific to, pardon me, y'all, for that one. If you want to get more specific to, in this particular instance, where are we? Nation levels. Mandingo and Fuller, you see, they used the word, I didn't just add it, nations. Okay? So these are some of the Angolas, more prime Congos, Africans, capital letters. Okay? So these are those people. They were prime Africans. And they were also Negroes, prime Negroes, also in capital. Talking about those people, prime Negroes, Africans. Okay, this isn't to go over this in too much depth, but so you understand, you can argue at your own leisure. I said Africans in capital letters, so we are clear who was for sale to be enslaved on plantations. I think I said Africans, big capital letters. Okay, so what happens is they were sold in places like Carolina to do, you know what they was doing. People from the River Senegal. Where were these Africans from? These particular ones were from over here, the River Senegal. Okay? I want to go as slow as possible before mayhem ensues. You have a foundation. Okay? So, this is what's happening. Those are those people. Okay, done. Fine. Let's move on from that part. Okay.
All right. So my question for that, that's good information. That's definitely solid information right there. But my question go back before this time period. You know, when they're coming over to America and using those terms for people that they're finding in America, and you also have different places within America where they are labeling these, well, as far as places, territories, rivers, and stuff like that, where they put in those terminologies, the same type of terminology as far as African terminology within the American land, but this is going back prior, before what you putting out right now. So I'm pretty sure what this is probably in the 18 or 1700s, which, as we know, that it was a lot going on within 14, 15, and 16, 200 years before these documentations for the labels to just stick like that. But I'm not gonna say that it didn't happen, but I will say that Black people was already over here before these people probably came through. And African terms were put on them that were found over here in this mainland. But, you know, we still gonna look at it though.
Where will we go next? Next, we see some Africans, right? Prime Africans. That's what Margaret, prime Africans. Huh? Okay? We are clear. Those are the people. You there. Those are the peoples. All right? See the guy joining here? When the last time you even saw this ungrateful, not even ungrateful, but demonic nigga. Just demonic, y'all. This.
Hey, shout out to Rob Bourne. The last time, I think, was probably, I had popped in, and we was kind of going back and forth on the Florida tip, on the Seminole, Florida tip, and he was trying to run with the Fort Mosaic, You know how they try to say it was the first black settlement and stuff like that within the America. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be taking them back before that to Santa Catalina de Africa, which they call Santa Catalina de Guale now. This was also called the town of Africa, where they was doing Indian slave raids. And it dates back 60 to 70 years prior to, matter of fact, before that, to Fort Mosaic. You know what I'm saying? But if we ain't, you know what I'm saying? If we don't really know, we just don't know. Just like before, a nigga like me didn't know nothing about Fort Mosaic until I heard about it. But, did some more deep diving, and then I come across Santa Catalina de Guale, Santa Catalina de Africa. And you see how they switch up the terminology. We're going to keep it going, though.
Negro finally decide to come up here instead of just yelling at me, I should say what and do what. How do I get this off the screen so you can clearly recognize how they show just the one people's? That one right there. You see, y'all? This, when the last time you done seen this nigga rise from the ashes to even bother to come on here, you know it's gonna be crazier than you might think this evening. You see? This is what happens. This is what happened. Chad, he thought he had me. After all these years, let me swing back before we get back to the Africans, which I ain't no more, don't you? When he decides to come up here, I don't know what when he went on to Angola for from early on. This is a 1661 petition out of starting with New York. Nas and AZ song is fire, by the way, like I said. And you see that in 1661, there were people named Dorothy Angola for one, and she happened to be
your screen ain't on, bro.
My screen is not on?
No.
How's my screen not on? My fault. What did I do? My fault, y'all. There we go. Thank you. So there you go. This is what I was doing. This is what happens, y'all. Boom. Let me make big as possible pause so you see it. This is 1661, and you see Dorothy Angola. We got, now more specific, we saw in South Carolina's case, people coming from where? Angola. We see now in New York, we have people from Angola. This is 1661. That she, in the year 1643,
Man, I kind of question that. On the for real though, I do kind of question that because he's talking about 1643, and because why that shit be messing up like that? That shit crazy. Because so 1643, and he's saying that they, he be saying stuff like, well, these people came from the Carolinas. Excuse me. And with my small little research, and shit, a lot of people that was taken from the Carolinas within that, what was that? What is this? Oh, no, that's before. No, this is going before. So hold on. This is a cold little piece right here. But he couldn't have said that motherfuckers was coming from the Carolinas. I'm gonna have to bring that back because Carolina didn't even get popping until 1670. So so once again, when they bring in these early people, most of these people is coming from the islands. Now we do know that Yeah, a lot of the Africans went to the islands first. But like I said, with my findings, we've been finding that they've been finding black people within Central and South Americas and taking them back up to the islands. Early. Especially when it comes to like so let's say 16, so let's say like the 1620 when it comes to no, that's early. So we talk about the 15s, like 1520s, 1560 when they talking about the dude that's you know what I'm saying, 1526 as far as what the FBA used, 1526. They said that the dude started it up in that area, and the black people had ran away into the woods, and that's the reason that it's black Indians or whatever. But they keep out the fact that one of the slave catchers went up to that same area 6 years before that, captured some people, and then was the same people that they took back up there. But they just all call them slaves. That's what I'm saying. They just put certain terms on them. So it get kind of, that's where it get diluted at. Because if you just looked a certain way, you was automatically a slave. But also, they got to recognize that they finding motherfuckers over here too, though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like different type of terminology that different people be using through different timelines of life when describing these people. But this right here, hold on, you say Dorothy Angola free. See, and that would be another thing that'd be kind of weird to me also, because they'll say that she's free, but this is going back to 1643. But then everything else for everybody else is, they can't read. They putting the slave catchers on them. They have to be rebel. So whenever I be seeing certain little things, they be saying, well, like the slave wrote a book, or the slave did this, the slave did that. But it be as far as he like fighting for liberty, but he doing it in like a paperwork way. He finna go through paperwork. He finna try to fight them in court type stuff instead of fighting, fighting for the rights and stuff like that. And it's gonna be the same. Let me bring this back.
On the theme, you see Dorothy Angola. We got, now more specific, we saw in South Carolina's case, people coming from where? Angola. We see now in New York, we have people from Angola. This is 1661. That she, in the year 1643, on the 3rd of August, stood as godparent. That's right. They was Christians and they was taking care of each other's children, right? Baptism of a little son of one Anthony Van Angola. For those who would like to know something, Van means of in Dutch. Anthony of Angola, right? So when those Brooklynites up in here learn something, when you hear Van Sicklen or even Van de Bilt, those are of Dutch and German lineage. Van, okay? Van Sicklen, Van de Bilt, Van de Veer projects, anything van nowadays will get you in a police van. Well, maybe if gentrification has us where we all be up out of here, won't a Negro be left in no Van Sicklen, Van de Veer, Van Dyke, nowhere in Brownsville, East New York, where in fact Africans were. Okay, so we got these people from Angola here, right? And that's what happens. Hold on one second. Rob Bourne, take over 1 second. That's
another question could be is, are they using these terms just to be able to sell these people? You know, it's kind of just like how they putting terms on products.
That's my child calling me. I'm gonna come right back. Talk to the people and say hi for a second. I'll be right in 2 minutes.
Yeah, this guy interrupted my workout. But yeah, man, I don't know. This is about to be a crazy live, man. Don't call me an African no more, man. So we're gonna look at lineage history today. Lineage history. Is it documented anywhere in history that we called ourselves African? Were we taught?
Well, it's looking like right here that these terms are being placed on the people instead of the people calling themselves that.
That we were Africans? Was there any time in history where there was a convention of black people who got together and had this discussion? Did they say that we wanted to talk about are you Negro or you're colored or you're African? Did that ever happen? And as the time goes past slavery, did we have that conversation again? I don't know where this is gonna go. I don't know where this is gonna go. But by the end of this live, I guarantee you this, you're not gonna call yourself something. I don't know which one it's gonna be. But this is all based off of the lineage, history, documented primaries by the people. And this kills a lot of different things. How people say, oh, well, you know, they reclassified us and they called us the Negro and they took it out and made us Africans. Okay. Is there a documented history of black people convening amongst themselves discussing these terms on what we shall call ourselves? Is there documentation about us saying any of this? Did we make a vote on it? Did we say, are we going to be American Indian, Ethiopian, Moorish American? Maybe these things happened. But by the end of this discussion, you're going to make a decision. And this is going to happen tonight. So this video will not be coming down. So I had Danny in the corner early in the morning. I saw him, ran down on him. I was like, yo, bro, you lied to me, bro. You lied to me about this individual named Mr. Whipper. You lied. This is not in the primary. This is secondary sources. This is what the historians are saying about this primary. Where is this at in the information? So I started bombing on him, had him in the ropes, had him in the corner. He was like, whoa. He was doing, you never heard him like this before. I had him stuttering and bubbling and all these things that
Wait, hold on. See, I turned the volume on, so I ain't hear nothing but stumbling and bubbling. So I know you on here lying about me. Now I'm back. I'm offline.
No, I'm not lying. I'm just keeping the people entertained, man.
My older daughter just hit me. I'm really hyped now. She's like, yo, tomorrow I think we should DJ tomorrow. Now she gonna get in the DJ and she, you know what I'm saying? Yo, now I'm super hyped, son. I'm about to make me another DJ. God damn it. Yes, baby.
Yeah, so let me finish my little soliloquy. Let me finish my little soliloquy. So basically, I had him on the ropes.
Go ahead. You didn't have me on what? How did we
Excuse me, sir. I'm talking right now.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go back on you. Go ahead.
I had him on the ropes, punching him in the stomach and shit. And he was like, yo, hold on. Hold on. Oh, this is interesting. Wait a minute. I gotta find it. I said, nope, this is what it is in ChatGPT. I put the primaries in here. This is what it is. This shit don't exist. Where is that? He's like, no, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. It does. Well, it's not in here. It's not in there. That's when I had him on the ropes. And then I don't know how he got out of that shit, son. He pulled out on the 12th round, son. And the 12th round.
Oh, so you want to go to exactly where it is? Because I don't got no problem going exactly where you could reverse engineer whatever.
No. We're not doing that.
You could die in the beginning of the movie, my nigga. I was trying to set it up. You could die in the beginning. This would be
no. We're not gonna do that. No. We gonna let it go. We gonna let it go to the end.
Nah, son. If you want to die in the beginning, you can die in the beginning of the movie. I don't know.
No.
I'm hyped now.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. So he caught me. I tried to get him, son. I tried. I thought I was upset. I was mad. You know how somebody throws something at you?
Where's the Bibio in them? Yeah, they don't really. Systems of record and absolute truth about things and quick to throw it in people's faces, not just Botopia, people in business, people in government, people in education, people in science, right? And then we go, well, it must make sense. Well, they said they got a source and they said somebody said this and it all sounds right and perfect. Yes, the idea of generative AI is prediction based. It goes down to predicting the next letter you're going to write. So if that's how I don't want to get too techie and nerdy on this one because we're talking about Africans, but that's important. And so what Rob on, I wish he could share that Chat GPT screen to see or whatever. Like he would do what scholars and everybody would do and come to the same conclusion. Why? Because actually ain't nowhere and it told me it ain't there and so forth and so on. But none of them niggas know Truthstorian like the 26 niggas in here. I am a black robot, Rob on. Back to the story. So what happens in this case, we got in 1660s. This is all to see where we're going. I mention this because these things are important so we understand where these people are coming from. And these are all primary documents to prove it. These are you can see where these documents are located for the smart ones. And this is important because Rob Bourne, right? You see something that say, okay, here's the source for X, Y, and Z. Is there a reference for that is what we can do because these sources, to a degree, most of them are even digitized now, right? This one is, what is it? The translation for this, why? Because it's a Middle Dutch document from the West India Company, is at Columbia in this case. And likely, I think I have this in somewhere. Oh, no, this one is actually upstate in Albany now. But yeah, actually, it says it right here. Charles Garing, if y'all don't believe me, let me just show y'all and shut y'all down because I know some of y'all be like, yeah, he think he smart. When I say Charles Garing, my homie, I could show y'all the email. This guy, he's the head guy, translator, as you can see, of what? Middle Dutch. Okay, you can't even find but 10 speakers in America who speak Middle Dutch. And he is the one that has the records that I speak of. So they're in Middle Dutch. And how did they get transcribed? Hold is another one for people who want to go to the New Netherlands Society. If you understand, this is where the nerd come out, Rob on. They let them know who you dealing with. The New Netherlands Institute, as you can see, Charles Garing, the same guy also here. This is where I'm talking about Dorothy Angola. And then if I even go here on this, it says search a term. How about Angola? Let's get even more specific. Well, here we go. We can find these same people. Here's Gracia Angola right here, friends. Where is it? Well, you'll see. We're probably gonna do another walking tour or something. Greenwich Village. When I say, remember the videos that were once public, talked about how Greenwich Village was what? Was where the Africans lived. It was called the land of the blacks. As you can see, this was also an area where the West India Company conveyed farm lots to who? Freed African slaves. This is the 1600s. The 1600s for those.
But he did just say that it was called the land of the blacks. But now it's freed African slaves.
In the back. Records of the colony show the first of these African landholders were who? Anthony the Portuguese, Gracia de Angola, there's that name again, and Garrett DeRue, right? Passing to their property down through successive generational, passing their property down through successive generations. They said they was African landowners on Manhattan. These are the facts. A lot of this stuff gonna hurt tonight, but at this point was just to show you Africans. And once again, this wasn't about New York or whatever, so don't get all in. We back to here to show you what we was talking about, what I was talking about in this case, regarding this. But I'm going to go to, these are all primary sources of different things dealing with your people. Primary sources, 1726 in dealing with this case. But Let's go to see where these people are. These are rebels. They have names like Quaco and Cuffy. The smart ones will understand that these are, in particular, Ghanaian names. Okay, right? Ashanti, Akan names. Let me try to get a little bit more specific to understand who's involved in this. I'll say alleged rebellion in 1741. I will go on Rob on. I'm probably going to that another day. I'm just going to try to go through some stuff so we can get to where the controversy of the night get in, y'all. Bear with me. Pause on the get in part. But we got petitions right here. It says in this case, let me stop here. This is a petition in Boston, 1773, right? It says, sir, the efforts made by legislators of this province in their last session to free themselves from slavery gave us who are in that deplorable state a high degree of satisfaction, right? This is talking about I don't want to get too crazy, but the white folks now begin to push back against England. And so others use that as an opportunity to black folks, and being the others, use that as an opportunity to fight for their freedom. This is 1773. It says, we mean the Africans whom they have purchased with their money. So we're clear on who these black folks wrote this, or even talking about and who is coming here.
See, and that's some of the pushback that I have when they saying that the black people is calling themselves Africans. And my question is, why they're not calling themselves Pacific, I guess countries, tribes, and stuff like that? How they say what be going on in Africa. Another thing is that, you know, they saying that the people is writing and, you know how to read and stuff like that. But I wonder, why are some of the early teachings to us over here in America, when it comes to black people, when it comes to history and slaves, it's like they can't read, they can't do this, they was dumb. If they was caught reading, it was, you know what I'm saying, there was all type of rules against them for reading and all type of crazy stuff like that. But not saying that this didn't happen, but I just kind of find it interesting how we all don't have the same story. But also, who's teaching these people these terms? Who's teaching these people about liberty? You know, to me, these are abolitionists that, and it's almost kind of like in a democratic way, and it might be the way over here, you know what I'm saying, just to, you know, how it is as far as people coming together. Don't matter where you're from or kind of what you're going through, we're going to come together and go against, I guess, whatever the man is, or whoever the government is, or whoever the power is. But it looks like, to me, as far as when it comes to the early people that was brought over here, it's like I say, it's a lot of mislabels. It's a lot of mislabeling going on. And then for the black to, I ain't gonna say accept the mislabel, but it's labeled that and run with it. Just like you got some blacks that say that they Indians. I mean, you know, I wonder why blacks are saying that they Indians. They saying that that's a mislabel. But when we living in this European society, these are the terms that's placed on us by Europeans for description. But as we know that when it comes to the new world and black people in the new world, a lot of white people have something against black people during that time. a lot of white people have. You know, they look at black people a certain way, and there's certain labels that just put on people. And they end up running with it because the society is feeding them. I know it's kind of crazy. But I question, are they saying back then the African? Are they saying black? Are they saying Negro? Are they using all these terms? What terms are they using? Are they saying Ebola? I mean, not Ebola, but you know, whatever the tribe names over there. Are they communicating with themselves like that? Are they already speaking English before they even come over here? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's really going on? Are these people that was caught in warfare in Africa? Because they say there was wars and people was caught. These is like warriors. But it almost seeming that the people is know how to speak English. They already know how to communicate well. Because if they able to write books, if they able to say this, they able to identify with certain things and you know, and to express it like a European, that brings me into question who really is these people? And why don't the other black people have that same type of story or have those same type of opportunities? I don't know, it get kind of crazy, man. But that's why we looking at it though, man, because I got questions.
Okay, so black folks are even saying we mean the Africans. This is designed by these black folks because they then ask 1773. What did they ask? We are willing to submit to such regulations. This is as far as that government in New England is concerned for why and laws as may be relative to us until we leave the province. These are people of African descent and Africans in 1773. America is not America yet, proposing to their government of New England what? Which we determine to as soon as we can from our joint labors procure money for what? To transport whom? Ourselves. Where are you going? Are you going to Cairo? To some part of the coast of Africa, and that meaning.
Why would it be some part to the coast of Africa? I would think that they would know exactly where they from. Why they just saying just take us anywhere over there? Why they not saying I'm from this particular area? Just like how they was, I guess, trying to portray, oh, this is Angola, this is Fulani, this is Congo, this is woo woo woo. I would think that they would know that because they're educated. It seems like that they're smart. They're some of the smartest black people that it seemed like, how they portray it. I would think that they would know exactly where they were going. Not exactly where they were going, but know who they people are instead of just saying, drop me off somewhere on the coast. That's kind of strange to me.
The West Coast, because guess where they was taking them people from? Remember, For Sale, Windward Coast, Angola, Mandingo, Fuller. Remember where we propose a settlement. We want to go to Africa, said the people calling themselves African. This is 1773. No sleight of hand. No magic. You want the names of the people who said it. Oh, we got names. That's how we got here. Rob Bourne is particular and wanted to know names. Not in this case, but the name we're going to talk about. Peter Bestis, Sambo Freeman in 1773. Look it up if you don't believe me, y'all. Google it. Did that. And his partners up in Boston. So these people also call themselves what? This petition of a great number of blacks.
See, and I find it interesting because it's like I say, everybody ain't got the same story during this time. What, 1770? They writing petitions. they doing things by the book. They going to court. They doing all type of stuff like that. When there's other black people in other parts of the Americas that's not living like that. You know, it's blacks that's living in villages. There's blacks that's enslaved. So it's different things that's going on with black people, and for them to point it out and say, well, you know, these people up here in Boston is calling themselves African, so that means that it goes with everybody else that's in America that's black, because also they saying that they taking slaves to the Carolinas, they taking slaves from these areas. But the people not calling themselves that though. You know, that's another interesting point. The people are not calling themselves that. The Europeans are putting just African terms on the people, and that's kind of go back to when he did the last thing, when he was saying, well, you know, when they point out the Ethiopian, when they say Ethiopian, they know who they talking about. That's just another word for the African. That's just another word for the black man. But it's like, now they just, it just seems like that they just playing with the words, how they already just been playing with the words to just give their description of what the black man is. It really kind of don't really matter where they from, and it kind of go back to Papua New Guinea being named Guinea, and I asked them, did the white people take all the black people over to Papua New Guinea? But you know what I gotta do, and what I'm gonna continue to do, is keep on pulling out how they been scrubbing these African terms that they was coming with over here within the New World when they doing their exploring and discovery mode. But they done scrubbed those terms from history to where it's named something else now. You know what I'm saying? And they did that over there in Australia not too long ago, where they kind of scrubbed a lot of stuff from their internet, all the nigga stuff they had over there. So it's definitely interesting. Make sure you pulled up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Of this province, it's not the point of that just yet. We're going to keep going because we want to go to what? Not this one. Hold on. Let me go back up so I can see more of the screen. But we see here, in this case, once again, another petition to the Honorable General Assembly of Connecticut, the petition of the Negroes in the towns of Stratford and Fairfield in the county of Fairfield who are held in a state of slavery humbly showeth, right? And they were petitioning for money for something, right? That we poor, ignorant, what did they call themselves? Themselves, African, themselves, 1770s, calling themselves African. But I stand here for you today and tell you what? Don't call me no African. And I'm going to tell you how we got here. Don't call me no African. These people clearly, as you can see, was calling themselves Africans. Before America's America, this is 1773. Anybody paying attention? We're going to have a test later, but that's not what this is about either. So now we got, during the time of revolution, gaining freedom, who's doing what? Oh, you's a free nigga now, huh? Well, maybe some of you was, but we're going to scroll through because this is Negroes fighting taxation without representation. Remember, I tell you to free blacks, your ancestors, Africans and African descended people, but don't call me no African right now, was smart enough.
So I want to look at this real quick. I don't think he talked about this, but is this a black person right here? That's probably one of these educated people that he's talking about. I could be wrong about this. I could be reaching, but I'm just saying that he's marking this the X. But these are the same people that's writing books and I guess putting in petitions and stuff like that. But this is the signature. It could have been all the signatures back then. I could be reaching and naive to the point, but I kind of find that interesting though.
To on the heels of what the white folks was doing to their mama country over there and starting a revolution, to use that as a premise to what? Gain more freedom for your asses, your ungrateful asses. This is 1780. Negroes are protesting against what? Taxation without representation. For those who was not playing dice in the locker room or in the bathroom during that, who said that? That was the Americans during what? The revolution. This is 1780.
When it sound like that he's saying that, you know, during the time that a lot of things is going on to black people within America, but they're worried about taxes. You know, but that's, you know, they live in a different world. But we in America, there's different things going on with different black people throughout America. But I find it interesting that, you know, they are in the courts and they are, you know, playing the white man's game on trying to make stuff happen. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it's good for, you know, for us to, you know, have people in these arenas, in these areas that's trying to figure it out on that end. But I do find it interesting that all this was going on at the same time. A lot of crazy shit was going on to black people in America, though. You know what I'm saying? But I guess they was just staying out the way and just doing whatever they doing. I don't know. We trying to figure out how the world was back then.
To be technical, we ain't even got that yet. The British ain't left. They ain't left for another 3 years. And black folks, Paul Cuffey and them, was doing what? Trying to get some rights, right? Cuffey, by the way, another day name. Calling themselves, because of their condition, despised, miserable black people. The same ones calling them Africans was calling themselves black too. I said themselves. This is Paul Cuffey's words, 1780. British ain't left yet. They don't leave for another 3 years, but you talking about America, huh? So, still not the point, John. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. How you ain't no African no more? Well, let me tell you, we are the same channel. This is where we going to get closer to home. The same people. I said this name to y'all. I told y'all long ago. This Negro, I don't even believe in no heaven, especially no this guy's heaven. But I know if there's a heaven that I'm going, no matter how demonic I am, because of one man, actually two. This man, I have shown more people what this man did than I don't know who, and he's just about as random as they come, although niggas know church is all about. People been going to churches their whole life, generational. Anybody ever tell, well, is African and what that mean? Richard Allen, who really he was? This nigga. Me, Free African Society. That society was buried in books somewhere in Schaumburg for 100 years before I start yelling it. And this crazy Negro on mute. And Kaba and Seneb too. Okay? But anyway, now we're going to get closer to home. This is 17. Now you see the significance of this. 1787. This is a preamble for who? The Philadelphia Free African Society. I know the wokes and others who are like, here he go with Richard Allen. Took me a while to get here though, but what do they call themselves? Whereas Absalom Jones, Google him, and Richard Allen, two men of the what? African race. They wrote this themselves. We got numerous primary documents of what these niggas calling themselves Africans. Huh? And don't try all that slick shit because you didn't know who Sambo Freeman and Peter Bestis was, so I said it. So to say they was Illuminati.
But I kind of find that interesting also for them to just say they African. And that's just a broad stroke. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. They use this term. But then when you get down, when you get down to the details, they'll be like, nah, nigga, you ain't no East African. What kind of Africans is these niggas? Are they Africans that's found over here in America that just got the name African placed on them because they look like Africans? What country they from in Africa? What tribe they from in Africa? Because we got to keep in mind that mislabels was put on black people that was found in America. These same type of labels.
Illuminati and all this other wild, silly shit you might say in Woketober, use a goddamn lie. Huh? Anywho, these people call themselves the African race. This is 1787. Your Constitution, United States of America is just getting ratified. Down the block, I keep telling you, 6 blocks away. Let me slow down because we might have some people who actually care about what I'm saying. Here I go. Share this tab. Let's go. We're going to go. Free Africans Society sign. I can't think of how I should do it another way, but you'll play along. This is a sign outside the goddamn church. Look at it. Let's go to a good picture. Shout out to Black Pass. Huh? Share this. Will you open up? I'm live. Thank you. Share this tab. Share this tab. There you go. Go to Philadelphia. What does it say outside the goddamn church? This is before he had a church. Free African Society. Big sign. This is what? 6 blocks away from the goddamn Liberty Bell. Huh? They knew them people who was making America. They was 6 guys. Ask somebody who's in the chat from Philadelphia if I'm lying and making this shit up. Right down with them where the Liberty Bell is right where this is 1787. Go look when the Constitution is ratified, 1787. You have free Africans. They call themselves that. I'm not trying to mark this garbage, you niggas. They did it, huh? Called themselves free African and had a nerve to have a free African society before America is America. Is anybody catching this shit?
Is anybody catching the symbol at the top? See, that's what I'm saying. They free, but they still got overseers. And the overseers are the abolitionists. So is these they true thoughts, or is these somebody else's thoughts in turn? Do these people even know where they from? Or do they just accept it like how we accept it in 2025, or used to accept it?
But I'm telling you right now, don't call me no African no more. This is how we got here. Robon is the reason why. Somebody call Unbiased and Tyreek. I'm joining. What George making out here? FBA flagging arrow to sussy gifts for the chat. This is arrow to sussy season up here today. Huh? So anyway, you see this. I'm not making it up. Yes, Absalom Jones, for a little bit more, called his church what? The St. Thomas African. Ain't a white man up here yet said this. Africans is saying it about them goddamn selves. Why would they say that? For Sale, Mandingo, Windward Coast, Angola. Them niggas knew they was from Africa. Scratch face niggas. Remember I showed you that? Walk around with scratches on their face and foul teeth looking like jaws. That was in West Africa. Anywho, so getting back to this. Got me all flustered. Okay? Beginning when America's America, you got free African societies. They was calling themselves African. I'm not making this stuff up. I don't even wear red, black, and green like that. I don't like how the colors go together. How you say clothily. You know who make, this is the sad thing. You know who make red, black, and green look good? Go and get you some of them Gucci suits. The old school ones, the red, black, and green. I'm sorry, Gucci. Let me stop for these niggas. Huh? Makes the best red, black, and green as far as I'm concerned, fashion-wise. Gucci. Yeah, I said it. Make the G stand for, I don't know, guerrilla gangster. Racist. But look, they call themselves the African race and got the nerve to form a society for what? From a love to the people of their complexion. Why you do that? I didn't want you to go.
So it's lookership. Complexion. Lookership. Okay.
So they doing it. But this ain't even no Richard Allen festival tonight. We're going to keep going. I just want to show you these people was calling themselves African. Here's another one. I didn't mean to do that. I'm wilding right now. Am I nice? I can go back. Oh, I'm close to nice. Okay. Here you go. Here's another one. We, the free Africans and their descendants. This is a point of inflection. 1787. They are now accounting for the people who are not born in Africa, but are descendants. The rules of the Free African Society were for free Africans and whom? Their descendants. So this makes them people of African descent. This is 1787, written by Black people, accounting for you slow niggas 200 some odd years later who can't still figure this shit out. It's
once again, the Pacific, not Pacific, but the Pacific of the acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying? Is this what they taught? I could be tripping. Everybody could be from Africa. But that's hard to believe. Do these people even know where they from? I like how you just threw the Windward Coast, Gold Coast. You just threw all that in there. But then, they never bring up the North. They never bring up the North. I kind of find that kind of funny. But just like I say, even with the descendants, it still goes down to Black people, but all Black people ain't got the same story. So when we start going to families, when we start going to the Black American families and we asking Black American families where they from, it's split. And I'm pretty sure it was split back then also. But he fits to kind of get into that situation of why all the people didn't go back to Africa, but some did go back to Africa. It's a good build, though.
Not that complicated. We're going to see how it got here. And I don't call me no African no more. We the free Africans and their descendants. They said it. You won't blame me for none of this massacre. They was running around here themselves, calling themselves Africans. Ain't that some shit? Truth, you always saying it. No, I didn't say this shit. Look at this. These are primaries, by the way. Them calling themselves Africans. Ain't that some shh? Uh-oh. The petition, in this case, 1788, these niggas is getting kidnapped. This is long before 12, what's his name? 20 years is 12 years a slave. Yes, I know it was Solomon Northrop. Long time before that, 1788. What are they doing? The petition of a great number of Black freemen. They called themselves Black. They called themselves Negro. They called themselves African. They called themselves of African descent. They were all talking about the same goddamn people.
I don't know about that. It can't be a fact. That cannot be a fact. They're using these terms for a reason. Why they keep going back and forth like that?
You see it. These are in the records. We Blacks, we Africans, we African descent, we Negroes, we the same goddamn people. How are these niggas in the future so confused? Okay, so what this is, they're talking about themselves and their conditions once again. And so they could have money once again to what they want to do in 1788. These are other people. Let's be clear, because this is going to be the second time. One thing more we would beg leave to hint. That is, your petitioners have for some time past be held with Greek ships cleared off from this harbor for Africa, and there they either steal or case others to steal our brothers and sisters, fill their holds full of unhappy men and women crowded together. Somebody call it amber lamps. These niggas had the audacity to know that them people on them boats was they goddamn people. How dare they know this in 88, that lo and behold, this is how you gotta go for woke, because this is amazing. These niggas on them ships still ain't no disconnection. Lord have mercy. These niggas is slow as Manassas in January. But that's not about what we're talking about today either, y'all.
Once again, everybody ain't got the same story. But then on top of that, it's a blanket term. It's a blanket story to, it's just one small story to a blanket the entire race of Black people and say, well, if you black, not knowing exactly the history of every black person that they coming across, but then if you black, damn, you went through this. And then on top of that, it's kind of funny for them to say that when we find out that the black people were stole by the other black people within Africa. So at first it's like, yeah, nigga, the white people was going over there taking black people. Now when you start looking at it, it's like, no, they didn't even get off the damn boat. So what is the petition against the black people of Africa? Like, what's really going on right here? I got questions, man.
It's just trying to get you up to speed. This is the condensed version of the massacre that's about to happen. But I just want to show you it's Africans all over the goddamn place. All over. Benjamin Banneker. I mean, this nigga calling himself Mr. African too. Huh? Yeah. Well, we're going to go on because I wanted to show you one more thing before we get off of the... what was that noise? The primary documents. Okay. This is from Benjamin Banneker. I want you to play Coach's attention. Coca attention, you heard me? What is the bleeping for? I'm not even doing that. What does that mean? Oh, y'all, can y'all see this in the chat? This nigga has got the nerve. I didn't even go back to the chat. While I'm talking, look at this shit here, chat. Lord have mercy. Look at this shit. You see the difference? And I'm signing up. I want to go to Arrow to Sissy's festival now. I'm sick of this shit. So I swear for God. Benjamin Banneker, for those who don't believe me, let me go back. Benjamin Banneker's letters, this is 1790 to 1791. He's writing to Thomas goddamn Jefferson. Well, what does he say? Let me go over here. Sir, I freely and cheerily acknowledge that I am of the African race.
Now, why would he say that? Was that like a was that like a goal? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of pointing something that out? You know what I'm saying? That's like letting somebody know that you acknowledge the answer or something like that. Like, okay, man, I learned this and I'm telling you, okay, but I learned this and this is what I am type stuff. I would think that he would say that I'm Congo, I'm Angola, I'm Fulani, I'm Gold Coast, I'm this, I'm a Cameroon. Other than just, I'm African race. And they writing letters to the president. That's kind of sus. I got questions.
Benjamin Banneker calling himself because he was a goddamn African. We got people wanting to go to Africa. We got people coming from Africa. We got people all over the place calling themselves Africans. Shit, we got a free African society. These niggas is crazy with this African stuff. Huh? You African? How you from Africa? You just came from Africa on the boat. Anywho, this ain't even about that, y'all. Let me go. This nigga, Mr. Almanac, huh? FBA and who the other ones? The tribe niggas. Mohawks, black Mohawks, whatever the hell y'all are, Throw Benjamin Banneker out. If he's in somebody's hidden history, get the Benjamin Banneker back. This nigga running around to Thomas Jefferson, embarrassing us, calling himself an African. Ain't this some bullshit? I'm talking about a clock is only wrong. Was it twice a day or once? This nigga was dead wrong, apparently, but
I'm saying, no, like, was the question to him was, are you a African? And for him to say, okay, yeah, then I'm an African race. Like, that whole point just threw me off. Like, why would that even be acknowledged? Or was that a question to him? Why would that even be a question to him during that time? Grouping? I don't know, just something that made me think. I got a question.
allegedly, I should say. Anywho, let me go further. Lord have mercy. What's Rob Bourne doing? I can't look in the chat. Is he doing upside down pull-ups or some old... I'm so flustered right now. Where's my reefer? I can't even smoke reefer in this goddamn house. This is bullshit. So anyway, y'all, before we get off of we just looking at this, and these primaries, but we see all of these people doing this in the 1700s before America is even America, calling themselves Africans and setting up African institutions and all this stuff, and literally naming themselves and calling themselves Africans and people of African descent, right? I don't even like saying Africa this much no more, but God damn it, these niggas was Africa, calling themselves Black and Negro too. What? Got the nerve to have a African church. You see it. So don't say that I was making any of this stuff up regards to that and trying to win points for the RBG team, because I don't like them niggas like that too much either. They're my friends, but go ahead with all that. I don't think it's a good color scheme. All right, keep it black. And Jamaicans, the coconuts got it better with that. The yellow, they throw the yellow and the red up there. It's a little bit. Anywho, folks, we're in Boston. We're still in the 1700s. I'll move on, but one more time, just to be clear, and the niggas in the back, these people were setting up societies, and this one is in 1796. They, not me, in the first sentence of these things are what? We, the African members, form ourselves.
Once again, what's the prize, or why the emphasis of that? It's like I say, who taught them that? But then again, it made me think, was they already on this before they even came over here? How long had these particular people been over here within America? Or what's the story for these particular people right here that's talking like this? You know, some of these people, a lot of these people, as far as they were starting them societies, I think they was coming from the islands. I could be tripping, but it's like I say, I wonder what make it who made them say, okay, we emphasizing to say African members. That's what I'm saying. These people, to me, is not writing this. This is like some abolitionist writing this. to try to, to win an argument of what they're talking about, but grouping people, just like I say, it's hard for me to say, yeah, they talking about them people over there as far as Africa when they came over here with the mislabeling. The people over here with those same terms. And everywhere else around the world, whereas black people. But it just seemed like a lot of stuff was scrubbed over here. But when you point this out, okay, 1796. They emphasize in Africa, but it don't seem genuine to me. It seemed like it's like the final draft wasn't by them. Let me say that. This final draft wasn't by them. But they get the funding to go with the program. I could be tripping, but it looked kind of funny to me though. I got questions.
Into a society. I didn't say it. This ain't Richard Allen even saying it. These are some other folks. 1790s. I think, unless you don't want to believe your eyes, you can see I didn't make any of the stuff that I was saying over the years. Well, no, they call themselves African. I didn't say it. They said it. You see it. I have literally a litany more, and it wasn't about that. But since I'm here and just have to turn the page, we can do one more. This is, what was this? This was probably a petition, right? To the President, Senate, and House of Representatives, the petition and representation of the undernamed freemen respectfully showeth that being of African descent, remember, they are clear 200 years before you got unclear somehow of who they are, what was going down, what they referred to themselves as well as they referred to why. I'm not going to go over not logistics, but how it went down when you did.
But I would think somebody that's I would think that some people that's writing to the president that's doing this would put where exactly they from, know exactly who they are and who they people are, instead of just using a broad stroke term. Like, these are the people that's talking, but then I find it kind of funny that they're gonna say that they are inhabitants and natives of North Carolina, but the African descent, which overrides it. But then again, once again, when we come with this Carolina talk, and when they were saying that there was black Indians within that area, but they tried to justify the black Indians, say, well, the reason that it's black Indians over there because they ran away from settlements that didn't flourish or that fell apart. Or they say that Sir Francis Drake dropped off hundreds of black people, and that's why that it's black Indians or black people within these areas before 1619, 1609 within the Virginias. You know, they say that they first founded Charleston around 1670, a little bit before there. But they don't bring up the early other history about the mislabel of the black people within America, and for it to just say African descent. This is going back to the 1700s. This is tough. They should. I would think that they would know exactly where they from in Africa, just like how the Africans push today. I'm Somalian. I'm Ethiopian. I'm Ghana. I'm this. I'm that. They push exactly where they from. So that's what I'm saying. This right here sound like abolitionist writing this, but still again at the same time, I think they give it up because this is where they finding the people. I could be tripping, I could be reaching. When they saying, oh yeah, they natives of North Carolina.
I showed you Mandingos and Congos and the Khans and all these other Fullers are coming here. So when you have an intermingling of nations, after a while, ain't nobody keeping track of that. And you have an amalgamation of all that is in Western Central Africa. And
now that's the excuse. Ain't nobody keeping track no more where they from. Don't nobody care no more about where they from in Africa now. They hate this place so much that they ain't even tripping off where they're from. They trying to make it so right over here. I don't know, I'm gonna have to do more deep dive into the psychological of what's going on during this time.
In these descendants, you go under the banner, they put themselves there. We are all from Africa. Now, this place is home for all of us. That's what makes us family, because we were family. We were cousins when we were Mandy.
Another thing that make it interesting is that, you know, during these same times that, you know, they doing these writings and stuff like this in the 1700s, you know, a lot of them haven't even crossed the Appalachian Mountains. A lot of them ain't even been past the Mississippi River. Nowhere close. If they wasn't French or Spanish. You know what I'm saying? So they still in discovery mode. They still in exploratory mode. And still at the same time, it's black people within America that's living in villages, that's doing their own natural things over here. Now, I did find something interesting, and I'm going to try to put that out whenever I was looking at the reparations up there in New York when they was doing the reparation things and the people. I'm going to try to bring that more into light because I like how the people was getting out talking and they was kind of coming with their own stories as far as like their family stories and kind of how they fall into this FBA thing. And one man got on there and said that, you know, that he was into politics. He got helped Obama get into office, and he into, I don't know what role he played up there, but he into like the politics and shit like that. But he said that his peoples told him that, well, he said that he was a Moor or something like that, so that kind of came into the play. I kind of found that interesting, but he brought the Moor thing into play. But he said that his last name was Carter, and he said that his peoples was told him that go back to, it really ain't Carter, it was like something else, like Tater or something like that, but it go back to Cherokee. So I'm like, damn, hold on, he came with that. So it's like a lot of black people in America got a lot of stories tying themselves back to America. Like, this ain't just a coincidence that motherfuckers got this shit within their families. And it ain't no type of African shit. I find that very interesting. I ain't even trying to shit on my people from Africa or nothing like that, but we gotta really start when we really start doing deep dives into the history. It just don't be adding up. You know what I'm saying? Shit just don't be adding up, man. And I got questions.
And you were Congo. We were cousins. We're West and Central Africans. We have shared ties in certain ways, but not as close in that form until we got here and had babies with each other. Because the likelihood, y'all, that somebody from Benin even will have a baby with someone from, say, Angola was very small, because most humans on the planet probably traveled less than 100 miles in their lifetime. So this interact, unless you thought they was going on, yo, what you doing this weekend, Kunta? Oh, I'm going down to, I don't know, the Congo to go see the gorillas. No, that's not how that works. Unless them Arabs sold your ass. But that's another story. So you see that these people, knowing what and who they are, these from Carolina Negroes, okay? Late inhabitants and natives of North Carolina. This is interesting. Y'all peep game on that one? They knew that they were of African descent.
Somebody told them that. Somebody told them that. It's not they people's telling them that. That's something that they taught. And I find that very interesting.
They also knew that they were inhabitants and natives of North Carolina. They are clear mentally, unlike what the algorithm has done to Negro minds, to understand the complexity not only of humans, but in descriptions and how I am of African descent. Well, in these nuts will harp on this part. Why don't you go back to Africa and don't understand with descent?
No, it ain't about the fact. It's about black people was found in America, and these African terms was placed on them. You know what I'm saying? So it's diluted. Because it's all based off lookership.
Is because descent part tells you that I'm native, in this case, to North Carolina, and others could be what? Louisiana, Georgia, New York, you get it. I am native to these places, my land of nativity. Bethlehem, niggas. Nativity. We about to go to Christmas. It's what you're native to. I descend from Mother Africa. Always took that from school days. That's probably one of my favorite lines when I was younger, when he told Larry Fishburne and them, take your black ass back to Mother Africa. Love that shit. But
now, once again, back then, was this something that was passed down to them through their parents? Or was it something that they was taught at school?
It was clear back then. This is 1700s. Okay? But it's not about that even. This is another case of these people clearly. Oh, this was. Y'all know who that is for, right? Gabriel. Y'all know who Gabriel ended up being, right? Okay. So you see this. I'm gonna move on from this. Move on. I sound like a true New Yorker on that one. But you guys saw that, yes, that was Gabriel in that connection to being African descendant, Gabriel Prosser. So we'll take him back as well. African descent. Okay. So we got a whole lot of people where I ain't no African no more. Matter of fact, don't call me no African. I'm sorry I said that. The old me would have said, yo, yes, these people over here is Africans. Y'all see it. I'm not saying it. The old me would have been like, yeah, they saying it. Yes, they're clearly African. But all right. I'm not going to go over African free school, African societies, and so forth and so on. Y'all get the picture. There's enough. Let's speed this up a little bit here. How we got here. Here is the thing. Here is something you can't understand. Look at this kid, man. So, what I have stood on and still stand on, rob on, is the fact that we decided it was not in our best political interests to do. I emphasize this. I hope go get what's his name, Ron, who's now a celebrity and getting views because he don't went grift status. Maybe, who knows? Go get Tariq Minions or whoever the latest Indian is, the nativist. I call them, I don't know what the hell I call them people. To understand this, the smart one, not the smart ones, the ones who's really the crew or whatever, who've been around for a long time, they're going to tell you, yeah, we knew this. We knew we had this stuff right here, right? Let me make this clear. We might have a world premiere, but let me make this clear. When I say something, Rob Bourne, and I turn this mic on to stand on it and tell these people whether it's 1 people or 100, and to me, 100 is 1,000, because don't nobody, y'all watching other nutty people around talking about foolishness. I don't complain. I said, let me get 1 person in the chat and I'm going to go live. But nonetheless, the 1 person who stood around knew this. And that was, well, what happened? He'd be like, yo, you is. I went to the good white man school and I said you is on this microphone. How dare I? Well, 3rd person speaking. Well, hey, you are the guy and the guys who even started talking about Liberia. Let's rewind your whole woke-topian universe. You ain't heard about Liberia in no school and no history book in your class. You's a goddamn liar. Prove it. You ain't heard about that. Didn't say, oh, you learned about it directly from. I'm not that arrogant. But putting it out in them plenty of woke-topian spears from the www dots to the real world. This guy. And those, why? Because the people understand the connection to what? What was the first black newspaper in America? I'm not even looking at the chat. I bet you by the time I do, somebody put it in there. And they'll probably even tell you the year. So people go, oh, that's dope. What happened? What happened? And I say, the story begins. What happened to our first newspaper and what broke it up? Lo and behold, you run dead smack into something called what? Liberia. And why so? Because you will see that one of the biggest, probably the biggest at the time, fight amongst our people was, what do we do? Because we are African descent, and now we are free to a degree, and they telling us we'll be free, but we'll never be equal. Do we stay? Taxation without representation at that point is what, 40 years ago, 1787, and now I'm talking about 1827. I ain't getting that old, huh? So now they talking about, okay, but now it's not a led effort by black folks, whether it be Prince Hall, whether it be Paul Cuffey, who had his own goddamn ship taking niggas to Sierra Leone. It was Dwight and them with a colonization plan. For who? For all black people? For all African descendant people? No, for the free ones. Some of us said, shit, I'm not gonna get nose chance downs in Mississippi's. I's free now, and then I's got vagrancy laws, and they done changed the constitutions around these times, and all type of stuff. I can't own no property. I'm not even really American like that. I got an alien status. They can run me out of town anytime they want. I might as well take my chances going back home. Don't make me say why I say home, because they knew it and they was going back there home directly. No, they didn't have no goddamn GPS, you ignorant niggas. They knew where the areas they was from. They said they saw the ships still coming in. So home, area-wise, they didn't say they was going back to the pyramids. You won't see nah nigga say, yo, I'm going home to the pyramids. Matter of fact, let me go home to see Shaka in Zululand. You know why they never said that? Because they wasn't from there. They said, send me somewhere warm on the coast of Africa where you snatch my... They told you where they was from.
No. That's where the that's where the abolitionists wanted to send all the black people. They wanted to get all the black people up out of America. They can have it to themselves. Even though they found a lot of black people within America. That's where they wanted to take the black people. They wanted to get the black people out of America. But at the same time, they couldn't. They know we don't want to make this shit pop. But it's still a hate. It's gonna always be a hate. That ain't going nowhere. You've been hearing about the hate centuries ago.
Where they wanted to go back to, if they wanted to go back, at least the general area, them goddamn selves. Huh? They never one of these niggas said, put me on the thing of Nile and float me down the Nile like one of the, let me go catfishing for Osiris and some old wild shit. What up? Huh? And there one of them niggas talking about let me find Shaka either. Do you get where I'm going? They know. But anyway, man, that's what happens. So people now are looking in the chat just to prove my point. I didn't say it. Did somebody put it in there? I know somebody put it in there. Freedom's Journal, thank you, my man. I knew, should have known he was going to do it. Right on cue. You see, y'all? Why do people know that? Because of the connection with this, and now Liberia was coming to the question, but don't call me no African no more. Where's Liberia? Let's go and clear this up a little bit. Where's Liberia and when did it happen and what is Liberia? Huh? Let me see if we can get a little bit more. What's the word, Rob? On Pacific on these people. Let's get more specific. Huh? I don't know what I got. A piece. You could probably ask, not a coincidence, because he was the one of the few people who will tell you, I said from the beginning, just follow me and steal it. And this nigga is a professional. It was Rob on and Garfield. Then Seneb came along, and I told these people to steal it right away. So I'm not mad. They know I tell them. But not a coincidence doesn't come out of nowhere. And I say this story 100 times. Like, there's ways I can find out who takes what clips or whatever, right? And I kept seeing this one name or whatever. And it was, what you mean? Why are you not? Hold on. There you go. And it was this one name, y'all. And it was not a coincidence. So he's the only one. He was sat in the chat like, yeah, the nigga said, that's cool. Still, I'm gonna take him. Thank you, not a coincidence. It wasn't that hard. Pause. But anyway, but this ain't about him right now. Peace, man. I'm glad to see him up in here. Liberia. Here we go. Let's get some more.
Man, shout out to Not a Coincidence, man. He one of the nemesis. He one of the people that I battle with the Battle of the Minds. About the Black American history over here, but it's all love, though.
Pacific. Liberia. 19s. We don't want 19s. 1851. That's probably still too late for some of y'all in the bushes. Look at this here. Look at how you want to go here.
Basically, you just been showing us all the people calling themselves Africans. I thought we weren't no Africans.
And it's well, my brother, let me show you where things have changed. If you wasn't too busy lifting the white man's
We not saying that there no Africans come over here. But we are second guessing the history because we know they have lied about the history. So we are taking a thin tooth comb through everything. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? But y'all just denying the fact that it was black people within America. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where the argument is at. You know what I'm saying? We ain't tripping on black people coming from Africa. Y'all denying the fact that black people was already here.
weights. The white man invented weights. You was lifting stuff to build pyramids back in the day, brother. Huh? Pyramids we was building. We wasn't lifting no weights. Huh?
Bro, they on the wall of Benny Hassani lifting sandbags. I'll be lifting sandbags. You saw it.
Do you know how heavy a mud? Have you ever had to drag a sick giraffe back to the village?
I don't know. I feel like I am when I be throwing them sandbags around.
That's a fact, son. Right on, brother. But see, look what this happened. Look at this, y'all. I told you, this is Rob Bourne. Thank you for doing this, because I can tout this again. Y'all wonder why I told you. Look at this on the same lines. If you follow this crazy nigga as popular culture, you will understand that the weapon was that is why part of the reason your ass was over there. I showed you this shit, whether it was in print, the songs, the culture, everything. It was used to weaponize you. This case, to weaponize for you to go. In this case, here's old Jim Crow in London performing, doing these things, right? It says, after performing one of the most successful theatrical tours ever accomplished in the United States and jumping into admiration, infectious, blah, 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 with the specimen of American genius, it is heard, blah, 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 blah. I just want to get to the part of, after which expected that he would proceed to Morocco, cross the Great Desert, visit the colonies at Liberia and Sierra Leone. This is Jim Wright, Mr. Rice. And after playing star engagements along the coast of Guinea and visiting the Hottentots, they're making some of this shit up, visiting the Hottentots, wheel about, that's part I was in a song, for Ethiopia, Egypt, and finally do just so. So then,
my bad. What do you mean that they was making some of the stuff up? You know, that's kind of interesting for him to say that. That's kind of interesting for him to say that.
even tying, because of what's going on, I gotta go slow, Rob on, because of what's going on with black folks. Let me pull back a little bit from popular culture since we here to even show you. You see this whole Kentucky thing here. This is for the AP kids in the class. You're going to go back to this. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but for the AP kids, you're going to go to Henry Clay, and you're going to see this whole thing about, oh, lo and behold, Henry Clay is from Kentucky, and Kentucky is mentioned in songs for certain reasons, especially these blackface songs. Well, you'll also find out, like, hey, Henry Clay is associated with the word. So when I go here to this and type this, and I go here to images, it says Coon Party, and you go, oh, why are you showing me images of this crazy stuff? So if I type Coon Party and put Henry Clay, you'll see that, folks. Henry Clay was, there is the coon. Now, you could believe Zora Neale, the connections in this Barracoon. It's not. I just showed you Kentucky. Jim Crow and others talking about Kentucky, and you got Henry Clay. These were political songs. This is a whole higher level education, that, but we're not going here about this. It says for old Kentucky, it was the what? The Coon Party. Or what song came around? Zip Coon. And I told you Zip Coon was a political song. That's for the Jews, for the AP kids. But back to this is what we were talking about, because Rob Bourne, you had good thing when we get to Liberia, and this is the good point, right? Liberia is an effort to push the free blacks up out of here. So much so they have a Kentucky in Liberia. Are we clear? This was colonization efforts, and you have, see the first word, colonization? Kentucky and where? In Liberia. A vessel will sail from New.
Now, why would they do that? Why would they put America in Africa like that? In a spot where it's African American. Why is that? See what he got to say.
New Orleans in November next with immigrants from Kentucky to commence the settlement of Kentucky in Liberia. It is intended to take out this fall only 200. They will enjoy all the advantages of the Liberian government and have the same privileges in, it's called Kentucky in Africa, this is the primary source, that they would have in the colony of Liberia, which is another colony. It's not a country yet. There are colonies that were, the immigrants will be furnished land according to business they shall pursue when they arrive there. Those who cannot pay their expenses there will be provided for and be supported 6 months after their arrival. The settlement will be made in the neighborhood of Monrovia on the north of the south side of it. The immigrants from Kentucky, who are the people of Liberia, are to assemble in Louisville in November, and with the agent of the American Colonization Society for Kentucky will go down to New Orleans and there take ship. So now we're gonna rewind back to what we were saying. What was this fight, y'all? So this fight was amongst the black folks. One of the, remember they call themselves Africans. This is 1827, and they still doing that. So you got Africans, Africans. Our earliest college graduate from Bowdoin, that's something else for the AP kids. Those who don't believe me, we gonna go. Was a Jamaican, tether lookout, born American abolitionist, newspaper publisher, and colonist of Liberia. That's why we're here, folks. What did he do? Well, he was a.
I'm trying to tell you, it's that abolitionist. And you know, I hate to say it, but it's democratic. Like, why wouldn't they? Well, I guess they probably wouldn't be able to find their families, but I would think that would be a thing to, I don't know. But I guess they was just going back to Africa, to Liberia, to set up Kentucky. But that's interesting. Very interesting.
Founder was Samuel Cornish of the abolitionist newspaper Freedom's Journal, the first paper owned and operated by African Americans. That lasted for 2 years, like I tell you. And it's documented in the pages. I'm not going to go through all of the Freedom's Journal. Maybe for the AP kids who want to do that, I'm going to start having.
What did the free blacks do to John Brown Rushmore, trying to make people go to Africa?
Well, they did a lot of stuff, but here's the thing, though, because this is important, and I understand the question, but check this out. I just want people to get that we have this newspaper, and it lasts for two years, and this big thing that we never learned about in school. This is why I think part of the reason that this cloudiness is going on amongst highly melanated today. We did not learn this part. One, that there were free black people, which was my plight. right? Years and years ago. But on top of that, those free black people had a division within the community and a why. And it was strategy based and what was going on, and it affected us ways culturally that we are cloudy about. So today their descendants are going around trying to do these various names and all this stuff in the ways of identifying themselves exclusively when you have a history of it. Freedom's Journal is documented. The stuff with Paul Cuffey, the primaries are in the archives. The stuff where they saying we want to go to Africa, the primaries are there. And the Schomburg is the stuff by everybody else. And the one in DC, so it's not like it's gone. It's cloudy because we never learned the story to understand, well, why is Truth up here on 1213 talking about don't call me no African no more, but yet you and Rob Bourne are supposed to be we called ourselves African people. How the hell did we get here? So this is...
I'm a part of the We Not Africans. We ran John Rushmore, that man, out of his store, took his effigy and burned it in the middle of the street. Let's get to that.
But before that, no, this is why this is happening. So Samuel Cornish and Russ Worm, who were the co-editors and founders of our first black newspaper, were having now a disagreement because initially the idea of Liberia as a solution to our problems sounded something novel because historically we have incidences. Remember Paul Cuffey's article, Paul Cuffey, Prince Hall, and one or two others had ideas, in Cuffey's case actually did it, to return to Africa. We have to understand that the Revolutionary War, now we're at 1783 and up to 87 where I'm talking about, well, those people, those black people from the plantations of America, black folks, African descent and Africans, right, who fought for the British, end up becoming the founders of Sierra Leone. So you already have Sierra Leone existing for, roughly 80 something in the 20s and probably about 30 or 40 years, whatever, right? In there, you got Sierra Leone as what? As a solution that was for what? The people who are free now, black folks, who fought for the British. So the concept and idea of this land for black folks from Americas as a return depot, in a sense, was already there. The British had that with Sierra Leone in those efforts. And now when the Americans have a solution for what? This is getting back to the point. We're talking about free black people in the goddamn early 1800s, and we learned it wasn't free until Abraham Lincoln said, emancipate and proclamate them. See how we all twisted? I'm talking about the 1820s and was talking about free Africans in the 1600s, free Africans in the 1700s, and we ain't learned shit about that. Except Benjamin Banneker had a clock. Did he call himself an African? You ain't learned that in no school. I showed you he did. He told.
See, I just find it kind of interesting during the same time frame that it's a Negro war going on in America, and people talking about, I guess, fighting for the land down there. You know, got villages, got towns, got, I ain't gonna say doing farming, but you know what I'm saying? Got cattle, or doing their thing. You know, fighting for the land. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Everybody ain't got the same story. And at the same time, before that, he talking about 1700s. There was a lot of black people being taken, still being taken. That's what I'm saying. They've been going on ever since they've been colonized that area over there. They've been coming down to these certain areas and getting black people and enslaving them.
oh, Mr. Jefferson, I am of the African race. Don't you think that would have made us all smile, at least back in the back of the class? Like, our black clock man knew he was from the jungle, and you keep calling me a booty scratcher. Huh? We'd have had a little more pride in the jungle. Now, shit, don't call me no African. So anyway, what happened in 1829, y'all, is this division because portions of the black community were not with the colonization effort. It was not the concept of going to West Africa again as a solution. It's that it was led by white folks.
But I tell you, I ain't even have to know what was going on. Them is the people that's writing everything again. But, you know, they're using the black people as the front. Democrats. They was doing it up north first. They just brought the game down to the South. The South been going crazy with it ever since. But it started in the North. That's what I'm saying. These ain't they ideals. These is abolitionist ideals and thoughts. It's the same thing going on right now. Where you see black people in certain positions and certain stuff like this, these will be like the black people in positions that we're seeing on TV. You know what I'm saying? That's speaking for the black people, but at the same time, when they speaking, they leading us in a democratic way. But the democratic way is either like a trans liberal, or it's kind of like something that ain't really on no common sense type shit. But I do know that they are in control at the end of the day. I don't know, I could be reaching, but I got questions.
Remember, if the War of 1812 doesn't take place, Paul Covey probably has multiple trips taking people back. And a black man already did this not long before, about probably is that 20 some odd years in there before. No, that's not true. It's probably about 5 years before Liberia. In those efforts by Finley and others. Paul Covey, or black man, already on a black ship with a black crew, took black people to live in Sierra Leone. Already did it. But the white folks now let this colonization effort, we're going to go to colony and go boil stuff, as a solution for whom, y'all? The people, watch this, building the African church, and the African society, and the African school, and the African mutual aid groups, and the African descent group for this, and the African church, and the.
But why would they want to get rid of those good Christian Negroes? Why are they focusing on the free Negro?
You might be free, but you will never be equal. This is a precedent set by the struggles that the Quakers had with it going back to the 1600s when it looks like they were pressing just for your freedom. No, they didn't tell you that there were revolts going off in the Caribbean, and they were scared to death because them coconuts over there was killing everybody, and they want that same thing, and they didn't need them outside of the plantation system. The Quakers were craftsmen, so they need ones and twos Africans. That's why the numbers are small. They weren't.
So you're saying because of Haiti and all of the revolts that's happening in all of the Americas, they made these codes to try to keep black people separate because the free dudes was the problem?
Yes, the free black people were the problem. And so when you then look at, well, what is happening with revolt, which is a big problem, you understand now when Denmark Vesey is a free black man, the problem. And later you'll see in 31 that you see that Nat Turner, who is a free black man, is a problem. the existence and breathing of a free black man in America is a problem because it presents hope to someone enslaved. And the one thing that you don't want to give someone enslaved, just like someone in prison or someone you want to hold down, any idea of all of hope that there's any chance whatsoever you will have any inclination in your life of what freedom is. Because once you even get a thought, your mind is damn near gonna get consumed by it. Right? So now you want to get rid of these free black people, so now you can extend slavery, because now they're trying to cut away times for manumission and harder laws for runaway slaves and all this other stuff. Why? You got churches in the 1700s. You got schools in the 1700s. You have a free African society, not just in Philadelphia, but early on in New York as well. Boston comes a little bit later, 1790s, but still around the same point of black folks taking care of themselves. America is just, and they're using the same arguments I showed you, taxation without representation and others, as a early civil rights fight. Clearly. Right? For people who are not even really thought of as quote unquote Americans. And this is the problem. We have this fluid pause status that they have the ability to what? You go and work hard and be a whitewasher, which is whitewashing, you know, the houses and everything like that. Right? Or shoe black or whatever and save every goddamn penny and go get your little house, and they could come in tomorrow, yo, get out of here. In the middle of the night, or accuse you of something, or tax you, Paul Cuffey and his family, for his acreage, and I don't got a vote on what's going on. All these things happen. So you might be free, you won't be equal, you won't enjoy the true benefits, because that's not what we need for you. This is the 1820s, and Paul Cuffey and
so in the 1820s. Why were the free blacks skeptical of the ACS and the African colonization scheme?
Great point. Great question. Because let's go back to what is even happening in popular culture, right? Henry Clay, you got early blackface performers, even before Jim Crow, right? They talk about it here. They talk about it themselves here. That the ACS is leading the way, right? Like, where you gonna take me? Okay. At this point, they're descendants. Okay, some of y'all might be with this go back to Africa stuff, but now I can look and say, my grandmother's right here in this ground in Charleston. Why would I go to a new place and start with new problems? What is it? What's the expression, y'all, about the problems you know, or the best problems of the devil you know? However that expression goes. Right? But they know this devil. And not to say them jungle people that I'm just playing, but going back to that's a whole nother set of challenges. And yes, it's got these hopes and dreams, but some of you niggas for that hopes and dreams the first boat trip. Oh, we be back, y'all. But when you go here, and you go, let me pull it up so you can see it. And that's gonna show a few things. So now when you go, whoa, I ain't need that. Whatever. No, this one. And you see that they themselves, let's go to the actual prompt. This is volume 2. We want to go to volume 1. There you go. Let's go to volume 1. This is the actual, once again, see all the primaries? Everybody else be talking. Let me just clear that up, Rob on. We don't even deal with actual primaries, and I ain't even get to the pièce de résistance for this shit yet. Not even close. But primaries, you don't gotta believe nothing I say, and Rob Bourne feels the same goddamn way about this. Don't believe nothing he does. Rob Bourne, show it to me. That's how we got here, y'all. So let me just share something with y'all. If we fight with each other, and I mean damn near every day about this shit, I'm like, yo, show and prove it every day, right? So now we to the point where, yeah, Rob Bourne, me, yeah, yes. So when I tell you, like, you don't got, yes, I got a document for it because my life is led by some Negro who was sitting up there in the mid 7 o'clock at night and he doing push-ups and all type of fucking sick shit. Who constantly bullies, badgers me, bullies about this random nigga shit. That I have to have the facts ready because he gonna try to challenge me about something. Every goddamn sentence. Well, you get that. Don't say that. And that's like how I tell people I learn. Shout out to my Obama, Robert Swan. But that's how I learn from mean old men who and women, because there's a few in there, right? Where everything you say, like if you don't say things like in my opinion or based on what I have read, you're going to have 3 hours of where you get that from. That don't say that. That don't say that. You ever have old crotchety niggas that just annoying? It didn't say the, it said duh. One of them type of people, or where you get that from. If those old heads were around today, like, y'all would hate them. That's how I know things have changed, because so much slides by we get to the point where this confusion's in play. But enough of that dissertation. Back to the primary. Enough of that shit. Here you go. What we got? Oh, Lord. Hold on, y'all. Rob, I want to talk to the people for 2 minutes.
Yeah, man. Interrupting my food now before I turn up on them. But we're at the junction here where we're talking about why these people are bad at these free blacks. The ones that are calling themselves Africans. These are the people that have their... Just imagine this, right? When you look around and we hear this saying in our area, like, yo, once you make it, you get money, you don't want to move back to the community. You take your money and you go live someplace else. You don't want to be in the community. These black people had a whole different idea. They free. They chilling over there. They got their little struggles. They got oysters. They got all kind of industries. They get into the bag. But they said, our little friends over here in the South over there, no pun intended, our little friends that didn't have shoes over there, you know. I had to throw a shot at the South. But they like, yo, listen, if those people are not free, we are not free. We cannot have this money and all of these specific things and not do anything. So what was they doing? They were rebel rousing. They were doing petitions, challenging things about the church, challenging things about masonry, challenging their very existence, challenging them on the ideals of what the Constitution stands for. So then you have this argument about how do we obtain citizenship? What does that mean? We laugh at it now, we have a joke about it, but back then this was serious. To be a citizen means you have all of the rights of an American.
So
look,
look, this is volume 1. Number 1.
Wait, what, you reading that side on the left?
No, hold on. I'm gonna make a bigger pause of what I'm saying. It was more to show you that they wanted to represent their freedom for themselves, and the people speaking for them were now. This is the backstory in what you're seeing here. The people who are who trying to help them are now trying to convince them that this colonization society is all right. And they had, this is against Tappan, this is against Garrison, who Frederick Douglass wrote for in the Liberator and all that other stuff early on, right? Were initially then like, hey, this might be a good idea if y'all set up a colony and so forth and so on, and trying to convince them. And some of the black people,
I think we should go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Go to, I think Thomas Peters' story fits this perfect, and then go into this.
Yeah, but he's already over in Sierra. That's what I'm saying. Sierra Leone is already going on.
Yeah, but it goes into the argument. So they fought in the Revolutionary War. Y'all look up Thomas Peters. He's an African, so we already know who he is. We already know. Over there, they send him to Nova Scotia, and then they come with this idea of this Sierra Leone. This word gets back to the Americas, to these societies, the African Union Society in Rhode Island. And they are having discussions about this. The people specifically in the African Union Society said the only way we will go over there is if we are governing ourselves. That was the communication. Thomas Peters was under the impression that when we go there, they're going to turn everything over to us. So now, once Thomas Peters get there, none of that happened. There was a bunch of Europeans there, blah, 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 and they lied to them. So this word gets back to the people. And now, these are a part of the reasons why they don't trust these individuals. All right, you go ahead.
All right, so
I hope that ties in somehow.
Yeah. But look, this is like, so let's, because I want to get back to Rush one, and because I'm going to show where we are. I got it. Okay. Pardon me, y'all. So they're telling you that in presenting our first number to our patrons, we feel all the difference of persons entering upon a new and untried line of business, blah, 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 blah. The expediency of his appearance at this time, when so many schemes are in action concerning our people. This is what to do with who? The free black people in America. See? This is in the first couple sentences. This is what they're talking about. It says, encourage us to come boldly before an enlightened public. For we believe that a paper devoted to the dissemination of useful knowledge among our brethren and to their moral and religious provement must meet with the cordial approbation of every friend. Peculiarities of this journal render it important that we should advertise to the world the motives by which we are actuated. We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. Too long has the public been deceived by misrepresentations and things which concern us daily. They're talking about popular culture and its representation, whether in the newspapers or what's going on with blackface performers and others, and them being mocked. The free black people now, right? For there are many in society
who want to control their image in the media and how the world sees them.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. Too long has the public been deceived by misrepresentations in things which concern us dearly, though in the estimation of some mere trifles. For though there are many in society who exercise toward us benevolent feelings, still with sorrow we confess it, there are others who make it their business to enlarge upon the most least trifle. They're talking about Mordecai Noah, which tends to the discredit of any person of color, and pronounce anathemas and denounce our whole body for the misconduct of this guilty one, right? So they're talking about they're now wanting their own voice for these things. And this is represented by the colonization society now ramping up these stories about the free black people making fun of them, being led by Mordecai Noah and others, right? So this is about education and talking about the importance of education and so forth and so on. Useful knowledge of every kind, meaning the trades and what have you, and everything that relates to Africa. The free black people in America, in their first newspaper, told you that a part of education, not just about this, because they talk about trades and other skills, but useful knowledge of every kind, and not only useful knowledge of every kind, everything, it says everything that relates to Africa shall find a ready admission into our columns. This is the first black newspaper in Black American history. Period. On the first page. This is same time they got what already? African societies, African churches, African schools, African organizations of various kind, African Dorcas societies, African. The name of this is Don't Call Me No African. No, this is when they was Africans. But what's happening? But we seeing something going on with this Now we see a little bit of issues going on with this African thing. But nonetheless, they told me we need to know Africa, 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 Africa. But what happens in here, in this newspaper, y'all, over time, you'll see discussions about Africa, about going and leaving. I told you on the first page, this is issue number 1. You see this? Volume 1, number 1. What's on the first page? Who's the heroes that they talk about? Memoirs, they have primaries on their own primary that I'm showing you of what? Memoirs of Captain Paul Cuffey. Right? This is him now. This is showing you how they, look at this. This is from a newspaper in England. On the 1st of the present month of August, 1811, a vessel arrived at Liverpool with a cargo from Sierra Leone. The owner, master, mate, and whole crew of which are free blacks. You know how much pride this shit cause in you if people cared about your shit and all, but you argue about some dumb shit. The Liverpool, the Britain, the ones who was basically running the slave trade at this time, like, look at this shit here. What's coming into port? A Negro captain with an all Negro crew bringing trade goods from Sierra Leone, reversing the triangle of trade. Because he bought products from America to Sierra Leone so he could trade and then take those products to England. None of them was the trading of human cargo, which he was trying to show even the devil another way to do it. You don't have to sell the jungle people. But y'all don't want that, true. The master, who is also owner, is the son of an American slave and is said to be very well skilled both in trade and navigation, as well to be of a very pious and moral character. It must have been a strange and animating spectacle to see this free, Rob-on, an enlightened African entering as an independent trader with his black crew to that port, which was so lately the nidus of the slave trade. Do you understand what I just told you? The white man just told you. Maybe you believe him. Go back to that page. Huh? I told you. The same ports that they taking Negroes out, making them go pick cotton. A black man and a black crew is coming with trade goods to try to reverse this shit. An enlightened African did it. They was calling themselves Africans while doing it. Lord have mercy. This is 1811. Ain't no war in 1812 just yet. So that was Paul Cuffey. This is the first page of the first.
Okay, so you're talking about the war 1812. I'm pretty sure that he's talking about the Negro War, the Seminole War. So, but before that, that's what I'm saying. Like before that, they've been coming down within those areas and enslaving the blacks from those areas before 1811. And during the same time, doing that, it was, you know, as far as what he started off with, as far as like the 1700s. But I do think that he did go back to the 1600s or something like that, but we'll keep it going.
This issue of the first black newspaper in American history. And this is going on. In here, they talk about all of those African societies, right? I mean, let me just see if I remember. I used to remember pages of this. It's really sick. It's like 2,000 pages in all these issues. But yeah, if I just typed African, okay, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going into too much. This is all for the soul people in the back. These are all primaries, and this is a primary of Paul Cuffey that you can even get from the Freedom's Journal. So, forget it. Okay, so here's one right here. This is from another newspaper. The many recent movements in behalf of the children in Africa give strong indications that better times are approaching for the portion of the human family, blah, 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 blah. Oh, actually, this is what we're going to do, folks. I'll just keep this cleaning because we were talking about Liberia. Liberia. Let's get to it. Doom, 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 doom. So remember, we're trying to find solutions for freedom now. We don't got a journal where we can document these things and talk to each other. That's where we are on the timeline. They done created some place called a Liberia that's supposed to be for the liberated ones. Okay. And we like, hold on.
A lot of chit chat in the chat, man. Yo, listen, man.
Son,
buckle up.
Buckle up. Buckle up.
We are standing on lineage history.
Facts.
You have to deal with what the black people said for themselves.
Yep. And not me or you. Go ahead, brother.
You can get mad at the title because it said don't call me African.
Well, you know, long live Aunt Bessie Payne. Whenever she did her interview in the 1890s, she was a survivor of the Seminole War, and she said that she was a Seminole. She didn't say nothing else. She said that she was a Seminole, even though that the reporter said, "Hold on, you look like the African." She said she was a Seminole. So that's what I'm saying. There's different stories for different black people in America, but they'll try to paint it like this story is for everybody. We all got the same story.
We ain't even there.
And we don't.
Yeah, we're setting up the goddamn thing. Showing you the people calling themselves the goddamn Africans.
All over the place. Organizations named themselves. I didn't show you a white man calling them that. They did it. Calling themselves African.
So
Look how many times Liberian.
And you buckle up.
So you have Liberians in here. I mean, people talking about Liberia in here. Virginians as a Liberia where they can, with less expense than in Africa, colonize their redundant colored population, blah, 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 blah. They talk about what breaks it up. I'm going to I have to go to the second season or second issue or so where they now have these fights. What has happened is people have gone to the meeting in Philadelphia as an example of this. Okay, here it is. Here's one maybe. So it says, the society has been, okay, let me go to the top. So this is to the editor. As stated, oh, this is actually dealing with the thing, Rob. I want to check this out. Pause. Check this out. Where is it? Look, y'all. So this is the first issue, right? Okay. As stated in my last, a meeting was held in the evening in the African Meeting House according to previous appointment. Sorry, I'm to say that the number assembled was very few. Females, being written to their credit, compose a large majority. Hence, we find so many more of them engaged in activities, blah, 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 blah. The point was, okay. It says, here stands ready, I may say, upon the authority of friends engaged in any cause which shall have a tendency to promote African education. And this persecution is one plot, da. As usual, the conversation as usual, here it is, y'all. The conversation immediately turned into African colonization. But vain were all our efforts to convert us as I found him. So I left him. And as I entered, so I departed. The colonization society appears to have some few friends in New Haven. Almost everywhere I called, the views of the society were immediately introduced for conversation. That's the white folks coming around everywhere trying to keep talking about this Liberia project. And them folks is like, huh? Kind of side-eyeing them, right? Just as some colonizationists here compels me to state that they candidly acknowledge they did not believe that the climate of Liberia was suited to the constitution of immigrants from New England and Middle States. You well know that such men in a long southern list care not whether the immigrants die the next day after their arrival in Liberia, right? And so these are more people coming. My point of this is this broke the goddamn community up, not Liberia.
Yeah, because we got situations where it's a lot of crazy things going on with these people and dealing with these people. And now y'all just saying that we need to follow them to Africa. They got a spot for us in Africa. I find that kind of crazy, man. I kind of find that kind of crazy that all the people didn't join up. But the excuse for all the people that didn't join up was that, well, you know, my peoples was buried over here. I think that's something that he said earlier. Well, my grandma and them from over here, my grandma was buried in this land. So I'm staying here or something like that. But I would think that it would be a mass departure. Just like how they be saying how, you know, the illegal immigrants is running away from their countries and they coming to America. It should have been a crazy going back to Africa if that was the real thing. It should have been record breaking. But that ain't the case. And I wonder why that's not the case. I wonder everybody can't have the same story to say, oh yeah, my grandma, I just want to stay over here. It gotta be a reason that they wanted to stay on this side of the water. I could be reaching, but I got questions.
Itself, or whether we go or stay. This broke the newspaper up and was a fight in the community. Okay, so what's happening? Now it's all this pressure for us to go back to Africa. And then some people in the chat, I'm not looking, why you ain't just go back to Africa? You had an opportunity to go back to Africa. You just heard that man in the other document I showed you said he was native to where? North Carolina. He had good enough to know he was of African descent, but he was native to America. Only slow people 200 some odd years can't figure out this conundrum, riddle. So to ask him why he don't go back to Africa, and he looking at you like you's a goddamn fool, when he told you, nigga, I was born in New York City. The problem is you don't understand I am native to New York City. I am a descendant of Mother Africa. In particular, West and Central Africa, where they was trying to go back to since they snatched them from me. We prove that. So now all of this heat is going on, right? And now what happens is
No. See, that's the excuse right there. Let me bring that back. That's the excuse.
Liberia itself, or whether we go or stay. This broke the newspaper up and was a fight in the community. Okay, so what's happening? Now it's all this pressure for us to go back to Africa. And then some people in the chat, I'm not looking, why you ain't just go back to Africa? You had an opportunity to go back to Africa. You just heard that man in the other document I showed you said he was native to where? North Carolina. He had good enough to know he was of African descent, but he was native to America.
No, that's lookership. That's something that's placed on him. That's something that he is taught. But if it was really passed down through the family, you would think that he would want to go back. Instead of loving the place where you're saying that we don't need to be a part of, or that we don't need to support America. Crazy.
Only slow people 200 some odd years can't figure out this conundrum, riddle. So to ask him why he don't go back to Africa, and he looking at you like you's a goddamn fool, when he told you, nigga, I was born in New York City. The problem is you don't understand I am native to New York City. I am a descendant of Mother Africa. In particular, West and Central Africa, where they was trying to go back to since they snatched them from me. We prove that. So now all of this heat is going on, right? And now what happens is, all right, we decide we got to figure out what's going on because they putting so much pressure on us. I'm going to use Black Pass, Rob. I think they got some bullshit. So we decide to have a meeting. What's up? Why are they putting so much pressure on the Africans? This Africa thing, yeah, we that, but this Africa thing is causing some. Oh, let me do it this way then. Hold on. Come on. We need to have a convention. Did you know we convened to talk about us now that we have institutions, organizations, familial ties, newspapers.
Nah, they don't believe that we compete. They don't believe that we was on the same page of liberation.
It's on their goddamn screen. Is it not showing? Because I'll show it.
They don't
It's showing.
believe it.
No. We're going to go to the primaries again. You don't need to believe nothing I'm saying. Told you that. Nothing. So we're going to decide to convene to address the free people. And what do we do? This is foundational to our freedom. The foundational era of free Black people with their own institutions, organizations, spiritual societies, and churches, and what have you, are now forming a people. And now a people
Hold on.
who, go ahead.
Whoa. What is the name of this society? What's the name of it?
Which one? This one? These are the color conventions.
And that's what they called it?
Yes, that's what they call it.
Why didn't they call it African Convention? See,
we
with this lion shit again. With this lion shit again.
Wait, hold on, brother.
You just
Hold
showed,
on, brother.
you just showed us all of this African.
Mm-hmm.
Now we on these conventions, which go from 1831 to 1899, and this is not named African. How Sway?
Okay.
How did happen, Sway?
I like that. You see, what you're doing is, my Negro friend, is you don't understand the same way we going through these diversifications of names. You see it. I told you the first newspaper ends in 1829. Oh, here we go. In 1829. I can give you the picture if y'all want it. Hopefully y'all smart enough just to see it here. Do you revolutionary RBG so-and-sos know the full name of what you're even reading? It's called Walker's Appeal in 4 articles. This is 1829, the same year that the newspaper closes. Together with a preamble. Who's he writing it to? To the colored citizens of the world. But in particular, and very expressly to those of the United States of America. David Walker was talking to colored citizens. David Walker was a part of the African Society of Boston, the same people. Smart nigga.
Wow.
Well, they must have knew back then that everybody wasn't from Africa. But the point is to label everybody African, to get everybody up out of Africa. I mean, to get all the Black people up out of America, even if the Black people that was found in America got to go to Africa type shit. That's wicked.
Why are they calling them colored instead of African? Stop dancing.
Okay, well, here you go. Here you go. Free people decide to meet together and convene. They decide, yo, they trying to send us to Africa, but hold on, because I want to get to them digital records so y'all can see it. Because like I said, you don't believe me. You don't need to. Visit digital records, share this.
Something is, there is some kind of
No, it's not.
magic you're pulling.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How is it that they named everything African? Now they're calling themselves the colored people. What are you talking about? What is this nonsense you kick?
Okay. I got you, brother. I got you.
White man put that in there.
The white man, this is called the color conventions. Hold on.
Who is the colored man?
Okay. Okay, is this the first one? I can't full screen this biatch? Okay, here we go. Share this tab. This is the constitution of said group, but I want the minutes to show you because it's going to address. Is it in here? Philadelphia. Hold on, y'all. On motion, I thought it was the first one. Resolved, Lombard Street. Hold on, y'all, because this is the whole point of them even. Oh, here we go. Yes. So this is the first color convention. This is the Constitution. You don't have to believe Rob Bourne. Here it is. Persons of color, free persons of color. Because they got together. Remember what's happening. So now y'all got a little bit of grounding in what's going on in the world. Remember, Liberia is coming up as a solution for this free black people because of what? You might be free, but you will never be equal. In every way we go, we will make fun of your freeness. We can't see you as free. It's a joke, which becomes the substance of blackface entertainment and even today's entertainment because they think we're all jokes, but that's another story. So what happens here is they themselves start looking for solutions because incidents are happening now with these people who are free and setting up these small communities of success are getting killed, or white Irish are harassing them, beating them up, all type of stuff. Right. And so now they're looking for solutions. In particular, there's an incident that happens in Cincinnati, Ohio. Right. Where because of that, they say, yo, we got to look to something. Well, this is what's the motivation for all folks. Now, this is convening for free black folks from every state in the union now who are now convening. So at the convention, you'll see the proceedings. The thing is, these are primaries. We got minutes for all this shit. And by the way, these minutes are exactly how Rob Bourne died too. We'll get to that in a second. But this is 1831, Philadelphia, right? So it's at a convention held by Germans from the 20th day of September to the 24th, 1830, in accordance with public notice issued on behalf of the colored citizens of Philadelphia, on behalf of Bishop Allen, y'all know who that is, Cyrus Beck, Julius Borrell, Benjamin Pascal, and James Cornish. The Bible body met at Bethel Church. Richard Allen was named president, all these other officials, right? So what was resolved? Look at the first thing. Let me make it. Resolved that this convention do recommend the formation of a parent society, and that immediately after its organization to appoint a general corresponding agent to reside at or near the intended purchase in Canada. Does everybody see that? This is the same time that remember our paper just and all the stuff to push. These are options that people, free black people are looking at as solutions because them as free people and proudly claiming that they're African of African descent is causing problems. Their connection to Africa is being used as a motivation to kick them out of the country, to entice them to leave the country. This relation to your Africa and you standing on this being native of North Carolina is too much for us to bear culturally. How can you have the African Lodge and all you Negroes know you was born in Boston because I am African descent? How can you make a clock in Baltimore but calling yourself of the African race? Because I'm Benjamin Banneker, probably America's first multi-genius, and I'm sophisticated enough due to the highly melanin content to know the difference. Good Lord, man. Hold on. What is this nigga at? Go ahead, brother. To know the difference. Huh?
What does
So they were-
what does this Canada experiment have to do with why they calling themselves colored and all this nonsense?
Okay. All right. That's what got your ass in trouble last time. Speeding, Rob on. Hold on. Check this out. Look, it says that this convention resolved that they'll form that parent society to look at Canada as an option. Everybody saw this, right? So was
We know the conclusion. The white people didn't want them to vote. Next.
Here you go. It's as simple as this, Rob. Check this out. So if the free black people, for the first time, they got representatives from each state to get together and decide, yo, what
Each state?
we go.
I thought it was
Yeah.
just the North niggas. Nah, that's
No.
cap. That's only the North. It was the people in the South wasn't a part
No,
of that. That's
that's
the
from
North.
everywhere. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
from everywhere.
Okay.
Because it's yeah. So anyway, so they decide to get together, right? And where is the first place they collectively decide to go? Was it Africa?
Paul
Was
Cuffey
it
said
Africa?
Africa. Paul Cuffey said Africa.
Paul Cuffey did not have a convention of the free black people from each state to get together to postulate what could be the solution for
He
us.
died.
Is it?
He died. Was he not
Correct.
corresponding with these free societies?
Yes, he was. He enticed them early to go to Africa. This is where the wokes, the FBA, the other acronyms come in, because that's what led up to that meeting that people try to highlight in Philadelphia. Is the fact that Paul Cuffey, I think he also sent a representative, was going around to the free black people, and primarily to the North, but not only the North, trying to entice them with this plan like, yo, we might be able to do this. Not Liberia, but to go to Africa in some fashion.
Did he meet John Kizzle? Kizzle Town, my nigga?
Right.
Where's that at?
Yeah, but
Where's
it's no
that?
Liberia. Yeah, but it's no Liberia yet. You gotta remember that. There's no Liberia. Like Finley and do that's like between 17 and 19.
And what
Remember,
did
Paul
Paul
Cuffey is young.
Cuffey say about them Africans once he got to 70 on?
Wait, now you all over the place. Wait, what are we doing? I'm getting to this point first. I'm dealing with this right here. Look, check this out, bro.
We dealing with it. It's a
Check
part
this
of
out,
the
bro.
story.
We met up. Did we say we going to Africa? We said right here, we're going to get some land up in Canada. Here's the thing.
That's right, Aboriginal home.
But ain't you the Africans? Ain't you the niggas with the African
I
church?
don't know. That seems like they changed their name now. I don't know what's going on here.
Why would this? Ain't you the Africans though? Ain't you the one with the African church and the African lodge and the African school and the African society and the free Africanism and the Africa?
How the first time in history that they all convened and decided to call it the Negro Color Convention.
Lord have mercy. And on top of that, they wasn't talking about going back to Swaziland to get up out of this mess. They was going to Canada. What is going on? Huh?
Okay. Maybe you leading up to something. I don't know.
So maybe what we need to understand is there's pressures now with this whole connection to this Africa thing. Like, yeah, we of African descent. I done made my whole but what's going on here? They trying to get me to go to Liberia. They don't tell me I got a Mississippi. Okay, we can play this game. I do this often. Well, here we go again, folks. They done told
we don't
you.
want to see Mississippi and Africa.
Nope,
We
you
don't care
gonna see
about
it.
that.
Yes, you do, because this is it.
Y'all bear witness. He running from the question, y'all.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna get right to it. Here you go, folks. Check it out. Check it out. Okay, we got a solution for the free ones in Kentucky in Henry Clay's whole land. Excuse me. Damn. Hold on one second. Who founded Kentucky in Africa? The American Colonization Society. Correct. That's what the problem is. You want to see the first flag of the American Colonization Society?
We don't care about the white man's
It's important. No, it's very important. This is why you sent your nappy head ass over there anywhere. It got a goddamn cross on it. You want to go teach them jungle niggas Jesus. That's what happened. That's probably why I'm choking. Anyway, we're gonna get back to this. This is the solution for the free black people of Kentucky. And then this is MISSI, SSI, PPI. I had to do that, y'all. In Africa, we can find out we're gonna see the free black people from Mississippi to Mississippi and Africa. We're gonna send the free black people of Maryland to the Republic of Maryland. This is important, folks, because why? The success of the Republic of Maryland was part of why you have Liberia and the issues in the black community. What? What? The Republic of Maryland, one, resembled
Man, this all sound like an experiment. Or am I tripping? Because he really just glossed over that first convention of the coloreds. Why wasn't the first convention of the Africans? Once again, we got terms. That's probably a term that they didn't even come up with. These just terms that's placed on them. Now it's starting to make sense. But these are the front runners of the abolitionists that's pushing this. That all black people need to be in Africa, especially if they over here in America, even if they found in America. But what do you got to say about this?
like how the Liberian flag was. You see the cross and that with Christianity. But not only that, who was the leader of the Republic of Maryland? Let's go scroll down here. We got, okay. Uh-oh. John Brown Russwurm.
That's right. He stomped him. We put the beach on him.
So, somebody from the islands, somebody from Jamaica is the governor of Maryland. That's kind of, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like an experiment.
The founder, one of the founders of the first black newspaper in America, done messed around and went with who many black folks considered the ops and started working with the American Colonization Society. Lord have mercy.
Why do the black people within America look at these people that said, we trying to help y'all to go back to Africa? Why would they go against that? Why would so many blacks go against that? To where they painted now, to where it was all fucked up for blacks back then. This is what they trying to take out the history book.
Why is that a problem? Well, Now you done went with Dwight and them because they done made you king in Africa some goddamn place. John Brown Rushworm. Huh? By the way, he also made the first newspaper in Liberia. So he's credited of making the first black newspaper in America and the first newspaper in Liberia. Side note. And also the first black graduate in America from Bowdoin College. But anyway, so this led to a number of settlements, the success of Maryland in Africa. But it had a fissure within the black community, like, nah, we ain't following you with this Liberia scheme and this whole thing. So now we got the black folks having a problem with this relation to Africa, and what will be a solution for this? So
because the ACS guys, they were slaveholders, correct? In America.
Yeah. Yes. Slaveholders.
So why would the black men work with people who are enslaving their people in the South?
Good question, because these are solutions to do. Now you have a free status. If free status caught you out of this whole world of being a slave and black in America, it didn't, right? Meaning that you still feel like you're under conditions of slavery. You don't have the benefits afforded to other people who are considered Americans. Like I say, at the same time, you start to see little changes in state constitution to address the free blacks and the free mulattoes, what have you, right? So you have vagrancy laws, which means you can't even stay in towns for certain times. You can't get a job, but you can get arrested. This probably was come back under Trump, but you can't get a job, but you get arrested for sitting around, right? Remember, there's no social safety net, meaning that there was no soup kitchen or Medicaid or anything you get. So now you get sick and you free in a Negro. You can't afford no doctor or nothing like that. Now you got a bunch of sick, starving, hungry Negroes, and they say these Negroes gonna get desperate and turn on us, right? All this crazy stuff goes on. So we're trying to find solutions anywhere. Right? Some people choose to go to Canada. Some people go over to Haiti because Haiti starts to invite us over there. Some people go to Sierra Leone in that settlement. All these other, like, okay, what we gonna do? Because now that we're free, we still don't have these. You could be free, but you'll never be equal. Quakers start this in the 16s. How do we address this? Well, the niggas might be free, but we're gonna put them over in the land of the blacks. New York. The land of the blacks is a symbol of pride. I give tours there. I took probably some people in the chat over there to the tour at the land of the blacks when they came to New York. Yes, it's an important place because this is some of the earliest records in the 1600s of us actually owning land and what have you. But that comes with a caveat. Most of the city and most of the people live all the way down on Wall Street behind a wall. They put your monkey ass all the way up there. Yes, you're going to get some land, but if them Indians get out of hand and want to start killing people, they're going to start killing y'all first. So we're going to have a warning ahead of time. So even your freedom came with some caveats. Then, in the records, if you don't give the colony one fat hog and some vegetables every year, you could be enslaved again. This is in the 1600s, and all the way up, it's always caveats with your freedom, right? So in this case, now they get to the point where they're literally lynching people and burning people down and rioting. Why? Because you have institutions now. You're parading. This was the point in history that you're gonna understand why it's more than Prince Hall building the African law, and not even because he didn't build it, was other people, but with him. But what are Masons allowed to do? Right? So they're allowed to march on St. John's Day and another day, which means you're allowed to have a public display in the streets. Can you imagine white folks in Boston in the 1700s allowing some free Negroes to walk down the street parading? What? They didn't even let you get in the parade when the Celtics won, and they had who? Robert Parrish and Dennis Johnson, freckle face ass on the team. You wasn't in them goddamn parades in the 80s. Susan Smith was calling all you niggas everything, and they had them police searching for every nigga in Boston. Patrick Ewing monkey ass ran down to Georgetown and got so real up in Boston. And that's the 80s. Imagine what they was doing to you in the 1700s. You decide you want to parade down the street with your what? African lodge? Oh, nigga, you crazy. So now this Africa thing is causing all this pressure, yo. Like, yo, we have African descent in the whole bit, but yo, they trying to really tie us to that, to what? To kick us up out of here when I am of African descent, but I am a native of filling the American state. Just because I am a native of does not mean that I need to go back to the motherland. But you have given me options. If I've chosen to, I could go get right on Elizabeth, which left from New York, or I could have went with Paul Cuffey, or I could try to get with the British folks and go over to Sierra Leone.
Why wouldn't they want to leave? Why would they not want to leave? I guess some did, but why wouldn't it be a mass exodus? Historical mass exodus. The same way they say a million plus came through our borders. There should have been a million plus going out the borders.
To Freetown, which was for free black people from America. So Sierra Leone and Liberia's first founders or early peoples were what? People from America, which means that your cousins and all them jungle people over in Liberia and Sierra Leone, because they came from the plantations of Virginia and Georgia and Carolina and Pennsylvania. Yeah. Jungle niggas related to watermelon niggas. It's a whole bunch of crazy shit. They're called Americo-Liberians. What do you think Americo is short for? Go look it up. Biggest population in Liberia. Who was causing all the havoc when your monkey ass went back home for centuries? Americo-Liberians. Going over there and trying to do all type of devilishment to the jungle people, because you had shoes now and white Jesus. Sorry, side note. But anyway, so now you got that, Rob on you.
See, I kind of find that interesting that he say that. I find that interesting that he say that as far as they going over there talking about they got some shoes now in the back of another white man. But the story's supposed to be that black people over there sold their people to the white man, and that's the reason that they over here. So how the hell they stunning on some people over there if them people over there already been fucking with the white man? Well, they didn't did a deal and sold your ass over here. Like, this shit crazy. And I got questions.
1830 and it's happening, right? And so now we got these conventions and we got records of these conventions. Folks, we have reached this. Now that you saw records from, look at Rob Bourne Runs. This where he died, y'all. We had a change. So what I've done thus far, Rob Bourne, got to be added. I'm here now. So what I have done thus far for the past hour plus is showed you with undisputability, I just made up a word, that people who were African and of African descent were all here. They called themselves this. They named their organizations this. They did all that. I showed that as without doubt, showed you that they did that.
I'm pushing back on that and say that they was taught that. And when they final reports came out, that they wasn't the final drafter, that the abolitionists and the people that was putting money in their pockets was the one that was doing the final draft.
An important thing is, if that's the case, well, what the hell? Truth and Rob Bourne, why are you talking about don't call me no African no more? If all the stuff you just talked about for the past hour or so, you told many of us. That was you niggas that said all this Richard Allen, Africa stuff. And you're right. Now, it is important that you know that for you to understand why. You understand the climate now. That's what I did for the last 15, 20. You see the climate that's going on. So what do Black people do in response? You start to convene. One, you keep records. That's why I have primaries. And this is part of how Rob Bourne died. Okay, listen. There is a change that occurs. And yes, your boy knows exactly why. Why did you stop calling yourself Africans? I said it. Nobody really caught it. Rob Bourne knows it, and that's why I'm saying. That's why we can argue about this. Seneb knows it. A few others in the chat. Why did you stop calling yourself? This is a question that plagues their descendants. What is it? 2 centuries later with this shit, running around all messed up. When the Black robots are the team to be with. Long live the robots. That's why I don't mess with none of you niggas no more. I'll put all them shits on a private, and I'm teaching them to Black robots in my algorithm. God damn it. Real robots. Now let me stop. But listen, what happens? Now the coincidence knows this because he's one of the people who actually listen to my ass sometimes. This needs to be closely heard. Why did you push away from Africa? Why did you push away from African? You was the African Methodist, African school, African lodge, African society, African descent of the African race, Africa. Why did Black folks do that? Because of those pressures of now your freedom being tied to you free, you're going to be shipped up out of here atmosphere. And if you don't go, we're going to burn down your schools. We're going to make fun of you any opportunity that we get. We're going to destroy your holy organizations. We're going to burn down your colored orphanages. We're going to set fire to your towns. That's what we're going to do. So we see Black people convening, in their first solution in 1830 is to go where? Was it back to the jungle? Nigga, we can go to Canada. We ain't got to get no boat for that. So we can go across the border. Ain't no ice yet. Canada, Upper Canada. Why? Because you've been running there for God knows how long. Follow the North Star, barefoots. Huh? So at this convention, 5 years later, and this is an interim, but going up 5 years later, you see oh man, damn, Rob Bourne, this is beautiful, yo. This killed so many people. I'm so glad yo, son. Now that I can see, they don't have to, once again, I can stand on my word because of you, Rob Bourne. You Negroes don't have to believe nothing I just said. Why did they stop with the Africa? Because you see these societal pressures, but can you prove that? It's just talk. So this is where Rob Bourne comes. So I told him years ago, him and Seneb read blah, 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 blah. They know this, whatever. This is in plenty of book, mind you. But Rob Bourne added something to me because I have it somewhere, but I haven't had it in years to ever look at this stuff, right? Yeah, Truth, that sound good, and you talking about that, and we did this, and you switched to that, but you don't got no proof. Like, where's the proof? Right? Then I say, well, Rob Bourne, now look, it's in Leslie Alexander mentioned it, or Craig Stephen Wilder mentioned it here. Like, yeah, I got the document someplace, and blah, blah, blah. Go to the conventions. I showed y'all the conventions website. Blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what, folks? Rob Bourne thought he had a fast one. Why? Because ChatGPT was trying to help Rob Bourne in trying to come at the black robot himself, GA. Do you hear me? Rob Bourne teamed up with the algorithm against his homie. Guess what, y'all? Rob Bourne and the algorithm lost. He had me like questioning for a second. I knew I wasn't wrong, but I was like, damn, I can't find that. If somebody was to put me on the spot right now, like, I don't know, not a coincidence of Vyasa, I'd probably be like, well, no, y'all need to go read this. I know it's in the book and they refer to the source, but I didn't have it at my disposal. You know, you done fucked up now. Somebody called Tyreek.
You used the robot to help you too.
No, I didn't. Yo, you's a goddamn liar. I used it for part of it, and then I went to go find the source.
Everybody listen.
Everybody listen.
You used it for part of it.
I used it because right, and I told you. Hold on, and I told you what, Rob Bourne, that I couldn't find it using the robot. Tell the whole story. Because you said you did it, and I said, okay. You told me to put the prompt in there, and I showed you, and I couldn't find it. So while you was jibber jabbering, remember, I went on mute, and that's when you died. Do you want? I am older than a lot of people in here, but I got a good memory. That's when you died, because you was talking about anabadiba nabobold and biba dabado.
Yo, we don't know what you're talking about. You making this shit up. But anyway,
okay. Hey, chat, Rob Bourne. Chat, no, we're gonna get you because a lot of people been here. And, yo, GA, I promise all y'all, this is all worth it. This nigga, what y'all know my slogan? This nigga dead. So Rob Bourne had your man, and I know some of y'all in the chat is probably on Rob Bourne's side, and you was like, "Yeah, Rob Bourne, I wasn't there, but I hope you got that nigga, because he always trying to." I know some of y'all in the chat.
I was trolling you all day about this shit. I was on you as soon as I ran into you. I'm like, yo, son, why you fucking lying, bro? Yo,
yeah, that's a fact. He called me a liar all day long. You's a liar. You misled the people and all of this shit. Mm-hmm. I know some of you in the chat be like, yo, we gonna catch it. Go ahead. I keep trying to tell you, nigga. I come from a place, everything I'm saying, trust me, somewhere in this shit, I got a record for, because I come from a world where every goddamn sentence, if you ain't got a source and you didn't say what, in my opinion, about something, somebody's gonna say, where's the source? Rob Bourne swore he got one. Why, y'all? This is in books. So normally what I would do for people is say, yo, go check out this book. Not to misguide you, but I know it's gonna be difficult for you to get the primary sources, but you're happy seeing that this person or this thing references the primary source. Okay, fine. This has everything to do with don't call me no African. And thank y'all for hopefully at this point, please like the video if you haven't, and then share it to another person. At this point, I might even know if I might keep this shit up. It depends on how the goddamn support goes after this one, Rob Bourne. If you have learned at least one new thing thus far, can you please put a 1 in the chat at least? I didn't even put the what you call that, the Cash App or nothing yet. But after this is called a eulogy. Is that the eulogy after the funeral or before, Brendan? Because you one of them smart Negroes too. I forget. You know what I mean? But I'm dissertating my eulogy. I don't like dissertating. That sounds kind of pause-worthy. But you know what I meant. Okay, y'all. Enough. 1835. This comes up. We see Negroes, free Negroes from every state in the Union who are convening. Now they have convened 5 years. There's also state conventions, right? So we got 5 years here. And it's like, yo, light-skinned nigga did it now. Oh, hold on, Rob Bourne. He got a Wikipedia page. I got to show him before I get to this. So this is where we gonna begin. I'm gonna show you both of these niggas too. This nigga. Ready? This nigga. This nigga here. Okay? First of all, those are...
look like a white man to me.
Oh, yeah. This nigga here. Okay? Very important to our history. I don't want to make light of that. So, did some good stuff for us. Oh, Holy and Dandao ass nigga, right? He found an organization. His name is William Whipper. He found an organization called the American Moral Reform Society. If we stop acting so savagely in so many ways and accept good Jesus, we'll get some better treatment. Lord,
stop acting after me.
We'll get to that part. Part of that civilizing yourself is cutting out the jungle way of living. William Whipper's the name. You see he got a Wikipedia page. Let me keep reading. It says his aim of the Moral Reform Society was the mental improvement of the people of color in that neighborhood of Philadelphia, and it spread, right? Of course, doesn't cancel anything because we got plenty of mulatto who was on our team. Don't get me wrong, but okay. Anti-liquor, you should have known. He had a problem. Well, he was part of the people who brought to light. I can't make fun of this too much, but brought to light the fact that they was making all them African leaders drunk over in Africa, and that's why they was getting the people over here. So here's a problem with that. You see, was a contributing factor for Africans selling their own people into slavery. What? Liquor. So his thing is this. Him along with, I gotta show you one more of a person, y'all. Him along with this person, because I'm gonna show you the primaries after this. Here you go.
Another mulatto. First.
Stop playing, man.
Another mulatto.
Stop playing. But I'm gonna just show you. Hold on. Watch this, Robo. I'm gonna show you the black people who are the reason you ain't.
Once again, an abolitionist. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive into these abolitionists. Because there's something spooky about that situation. That's a fact.
Calling yourself African.
Bro, he look like Abraham Lincoln, man. Look at this nigga, man. Look at this nigga, man.
So the reason that y'all have a problem.
So he, a abolitionist that's born in South Carolina? That's interesting. And we gotta look into that abolitionist for real, though.
200 somebody years later, figuring this shit out is because of black people. As you can see, this black man and this black man. Okay? Excuse me, this is a better picture. This black man. Okay? Important people in our history, so I don't want to make total light of it, but okay? We got that. So what happens?
No problem.
So what happens? Shut up, man. I gotta try to get through this without laughing too hard. Now, so what happens? They are prominent people. They're at the conventions in 35, y'all, right? Now all this heat, all this African shit, yo, we don't even look as African as the rest of y'all niggas. But check this out. All this connection to Africa stuff, the African neighbor stuff, might not be. We might want to try to say, hey, white man, we'll go over there and civilize those Africans and stuff, but we can't stay on. So at your convention, this is, I'm gonna get to it right now. Hold on. What happens is,
once again, an experiment. An experiment.
Here we go, y'all. This, share this tab, okay? This is, damn, how do I make it? Okay, this, because I want it to be, okay, I think that's going to be good. This is the minutes, the actual minute. Yo, y'all, chat. I can't front. I was so happy because I knew it was gonna be a long. I got like weird ADHD with shit. Yo, I'd have looked for this shit until Tuesday morning if I couldn't have found it, y'all. As Rob Bourne is talking, I'm like, fuck, I can't find this shit in the typical places. I'm like, yo, son, I know I got this. I can't find this shit nowhere. And as he was talking, I just sat like, oh, I got it. I'm gonna let him keep running his fucking mouth. Okay, bet. Boom. There it is. Now, folks, what Rob Bourne didn't say, I don't know if he did, is if you were to try and finally go, maybe Rob Bourne, you saw it at some point. If you were to try to go and get to this document via your AI, you're not going to find it that way. It's going to tell you that the things that I just said are assumptions. Was that what it basically was saying, Rob Bourne?
Yeah, it was saying it was by historians inferring on what he said.
Right, inferring on like okay, that would be a good example.
Because it's political, his idea was political on the term.
That would be like, folks, that would be like this. And this is why I'm kind of glad we always say, like, yo, you don't gotta believe us. Here go the documents. Because if I say something, a lot of people would think, okay, he's inferring something, or that's the way you see it, truth or Rob Bourne or whatever. So I purposely, and this is way before I even came on somebody's internet, I'm like, yo, you got it. I mean, show and prove was like, we just grew up that way. And then somebody's gonna challenge you, like, yo, where that's at. So what it is, and the way when I go live or he goes live, it's like, yo, I keep saying it. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe, oh, this is my old white education insight into something. No, here goes the document. Here goes exactly what they said. You can see it for yourself. You don't gotta, right? So with that said, that's how me and Rob want to get to these points about so many things. So it's like, yo, God damn, I know where the fuck. Because it sounds like, okay, well, certain things happen, which I'm going to get to once I show y'all, where you could infer that that's why the black people moved away from Africa, right? But that would be, it could be possibly right, but it would be an inference based on information. But now, when Rob Bourne dies and we've been talking to his ghost for the past 2 hours, when you have the actual factual primaries.
I had you sweating bullets at 9 o'clock in the morning. Why you not telling them the truth? You've been sweating bullets since 9 o'clock.
No, I was not, son. I told you. I was not. I didn't. I couldn't.
You was out working, I called you. Trolling
my
you, my nigga.
No, my nigga. Check this
I
out.
was trolling you at work.
Check this out. There was no fear. It was the question of, damn, I hope I could, what did I name? You know how my deal is. What did I name this shit under my Google Drive? Because I don't know. I don't have no consistent name, and this is years. I don't know. You see how I gotta look up some. I don't know, nigga, the jumping, dunking. One of these words is in it. Goddamn.
But you were sweating bullets so much that when you went to the robot, you was like, yo, bro, you might be right. But I know I saw this shit somewhere. And I was like, yeah, you did. You saw it in a history book that said this is here. It ain't there. God damn it, you lied to me.
No, you're
mad.
wrong once again. I did
That's
not lie
happened,
to you. I did not. I did not lie to you in chat. You can rest assured. We've been going 10 years strong. I have not intentionally lied to you about anything because I keep saying, here you go. You can look and you can see it for yourself, right? So that's how we get this. So how do you show these people what we talking about, Joe? Why and how is this nigga now talking about don't call me no African? And I showed you clearly, well, we was calling ourselves African, naming our institutions African. That's me with the raw paper, y'all. Calling ourselves African in the whole bit, because this is my victory joint, even though I can't smoke in the crib like that. That's the paper, that's the package. We got Hurley. We smoking on a Rob Bourne pack right now because he done dead. But this is the Hurley grown. I really don't like Hurley too much, but this is the what's this? Damn, I need glasses, y'all. Can y'all help me get those Meta glasses? I keep talking about those 24/7. I really want to get those Meta glasses. Yo, 1829. The guy. That was 1829. We know what the the colonization society during the 1829, the guy David Walker sold the Freedom Journal in the Boston area, folks. So he knew John Rushworm. He went to some of these early conventions. He's aware.
Hold on, before you get in there, this is a very interesting topic. I don't think y'all understand what's going on here. Man.
They know. That's all. I know people.
I'm gonna just add something real quick. I'm not gonna go in. But when you hear these people say, "Yo, these are European terms," the European named you African, the European named you Negro, the European named you color. You was reclassified. Blah 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 blah. Right here, we're looking at these people discussing this shit amongst themselves. Now the European in sight, except them two funny looking motherfuckers you saw them.
Those are black people.
That don't matter. Anyway, you saw that hairline, bro. You saw that. Y'all saw the hairline. You saw that goddamn hairline. So you see that going on, right? But long story short, they not the only ones with that. The first black man with a patent talks about it. They all talking about this. But I'm just pointing this out so you can see that we are discussing this amongst ourselves at this point, and it doesn't stop at 1835. But I'll leave it over to Truth. Will he finally read the document? I don't know.
Yes, I will. So, folks, what we have here is the minutes from that meeting, and so I'm gonna try to do this in the play-by-play. Rob Warren is talking. Now I got it while I'm on mute, and he blah blah blah, and I'm like, yeah, this nigga dead. Please, now this is the only point in this where I'm probably going. Please let this shit be down here. I know it's in here. Here's 1835. It's the 5th of June, inclusive, right? Let me make a chart. Okay, folks. Right? 1835. Right? Philadelphia. Let me see if I can garner some more information for y'all. Right? The convention board, what time they met. These are people you can. Here's a Wikipedia page too. Junius Morel. And so we have all these resolutions that are being made. Right, guys? Okay, cool. So Rob Warren is Georgia. Here's your man, Robert Purvis, who I'll show that picture of. So you see him there. This was, I forget what this resolved. So he talking. I'm like, yo, son. Here's the American Moral Reform Society that is formed, right? This is in that meeting. Matter of fact, this is important too. So now they are working with something different. This is important because our focus is going to switch to anti-slavery. But let's see why. Because as Africa goes away as far as a focus, why? So here it is. We're going to go down to, what was it, June 5th? No, it's page 14. I'm going to scroll down this. And folks, what happens is at that convention of not all, representatives of the free black people, William Whipper has some things that he brings to the table. And here we are. Let's go further. So we'll start here. Report. Ready? Your committee have under consideration the subject assigned to them and beg leave to report the following at the conclusion of their investigation. First, that this convention requests, ministers of the gospel in the different sections of our country to use their influence in their several churches to extinguish the prejudice, if any there exists, which debars colored members from equal rights and privileges in the same. See? This is 1835, and we're talking about this. We're free, but we're having a struggle for rights, right? And also do recommend to our people and the friends of our race to patronize those lines of stages and steamboats which make little or no distinction amongst their passengers, which basically means we're fighting for civil rights and non-discrimination. This is where we are. Folks who care, this is a death blow to so many people who don't understand our story. On motion of William Whipper, seconded by Robert Purvis, it is resolved that we recommend as far as possible to our people to abandon the use of the word colored when either speaking or writing concerning themselves, and especially to remove the title of African from where? From their institutions, the marbles of churches, etc. Did I make myself clear? So they proposed and recommended stop using not only African, not colored, but African, and especially to remove the title of African from their institutions, African Society, African Lodge, African Church, African this, African that, African school, the marbles of churches, etc. Which motion was, remember, this is representatives from every single state that a Negro resides in. They had a prayer by the chaplain. Let me make it seem, look, y'all, this somebody gonna die tonight. Huh? Let me make it small so you can see it. After a prayer, William Whipper's resolution in relation to us using the words colored and Africans was called up. And after an animated and interesting discussion, it was unanimously adopted. Lord have mercy. My name is the mother effing Truthstorian. Huh? You saw it your goddamn self. Huh?
So what is he trying to say? Because of the church and all these people, it's just proving to me that labels can be taken on and off. Labels can be taken on and off, and can we take the African serious as far as the history part if it was just taken off just like that? But they saying that we doing it and it already been done before. It's probably because a lot of people really wasn't feeling like that. It's probably because a lot of people, families didn't, still back then wasn't passing down those type of stories to them. But once again, this is coming from an abolitionist talking point. And as you see that the goalposts keep moving with the different terms and terminologies and the reason for the different terms and terminology.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit quiet for now what? That's why. And so when I tell you that now you see this, and so the focus, instead of this connection to Africa, goes to anti-slavery, and I start showing you as early as this period, Black folks started to develop anti-slavery organizations to fight for their brothers and sisters here as the main emphasis. You see why now.
It sounds like it's because they know it was a lot of Black people was from America. I mean, why would they switch it up? That's what I'm saying. There's different fights, but it's not they fight. That's why I was questioning, are these their original thoughts? Or are these somebody else's thoughts and they getting paid to push this line? You know, who's funding these people? Who's they relatives, fathers, cousins? Because that one dude looked like a white dude, and he said he was Black. That was crazy. I thought that was really a white dude. Let's see what else he got to say.
Oh, Brandon is crazy. Brandon said that's an ancient FBA document, bro.
Yo, Brendan, y'all don't get how, this body's so, like, stop asking why you ain't going back to Africa. Why you don't call yourself African? Like, all of this naming shit is political, just like color and anything else. That particular politics was not working. That don't mean we ain't African descent people no more. Yo, this institution, this organization, and that focus is trying to get away, is pulling us away from this American citizenship that we're trying to get going. That's why, folks.
So whatever the abolitionists is pushing at the time, for them to be able to, I guess, help them to be able to be citizens within the society, is whatever they talk is whatever that they're talking about as far as for the majority of the black people. Now, how is that solid? To where he can just say, but that don't mean that we not African descent no more. Like, that's what I'm saying. It should have been a mass exodus on the way that they taught slavery to the point where they're saying, but they want to take stuff out. And other people are saying, well, they shouldn't be taking stuff out. They should be teaching the same stuff that was taught to us. It's kind of crazy, though. But you see how he kind of try to paint a broad stroke of the term and the story for the whole broad range of black Americans. And say, see, this is why y'all doing it.
Wasn't you had this, you suppressed that in a way to what? To gain, you were hoping more of this. You may be free but not equal. Maybe we'll get a little bit more equality if we pull back on the Africanness, African that, African up, African down. Politics. We did it as a people.
What was William Whipper's words on why he wanted to do this?
Look, shit. Now you going. I'm rolling my reefer now. I'm taking my victory lap. If you learn at least one new thing, we're not off of here yet. Rob Warren, you can. I don't have.
So all for politics. Like I say, the Democrats. But this one, the Democrats back then, this was something else. This is a whole nother line that was going on with some people up there. I don't know if they was getting funded or what was the program to where they would want to follow them type dudes. That's what I'm saying. It's probably these dudes. It's probably their family members.
Have a thing for your cash app, but god damn it, if you learn, tell me what's yours, Rob Bourne.
That's my name, just Rob Bourne.
Rob Bourne. And if you learned at least one, I dare you niggas to say you didn't, and you want to support, I thank you all. I'm not going nowhere just yet, but I'll be damned if you niggas ain't learned at least one new thing, and that's all I have ever asked. I don't expect nobody to remember all of this shit. You got to be crazy. If you learn one new goddamn thing, dude, and you want to help me get these meta glasses so I can stop telling Rob Bourne about them every goddamn day. But when you keep with, you want to keep playing this Africa stuff? Then take your ass over there to our colonization scheme called Liberia. We're doing that. We knew who we was, knew beautiful, that we were Africans. We were documents, and maybe I'll keep this video up for a while, showing you African this, African that, Africans. We was doing. That's why I set it up like that. It's indisputable that we were calling ourselves Africans, had a relationship to African, knew who we was, knew who we descended from, the whole bit. But why would you stop?
And that's why I questioned it in the beginning. Whenever those certain things was coming up on how it was coming up on how they was framing it, it seemed like an allegiance to that word. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like it was like a learning point for them to be proud of that point that they learned from them people. You know what I'm saying? And to say, okay, well, this is what the people are saying, so, and I'm falling into this society. Let me you know what I'm saying? Not knowing they don't know the whole story of everybody. So, you know what I'm saying? The early records is crucial. The early records is crucial. The foundation is crucial. For real, though.
Stop doing that. Now you understand the politics behind it. And the pressures with, oh, you want to keep playing this Africa stuff? Then take your ass over there to our colonization scheme called Liberia. How about that? Now, Rob Bourne.
You want to read that Thomas Jennings thing over? What you want to do now?
No, what I'm going to do is I have done, you know how we usually do this. I'm going to now put the link in there because I'm pretty sure that somebody's going to want to come up here to talk to you about this. You know, I don't engage with too many of these crazy people. So I'm going to put the link in and you can have, because I guess they didn't go on when you was on with Ank's show yesterday. I'm pretty sure some FBA of some kind will want to come up here. So how do I share this link? Yo, put the link in there, Rob, because I have trouble. Oh, can I do it under this account? Hold on. Like the video, y'all, at the very least. But I dare you niggas to say you ain't. Y'all niggas is lying, son. Don't know. The AI and the algorithm can't even give you this source. So I know none of y'all niggas never seen this before. There you go. You can come and talk to Rob on while I roll my reefer and take my nerd victory lap.
Yeah, that's his style. That's his style to try to throw it back in the face. You know what I'm saying? To say, well, you know, but these are your descendants that you're trying to say that you come from, and back during this time in history, they was naming themselves this, they was okay with this, they was doing this. So that's how you try to flip it. You know what I'm saying? But I still question on why they were saying what they were saying. Who taught them that? It's a lot more questions. For real though, it's a lot more questions.
For dead man, and now risen from the dead because he has the primary himself, Rob Bourne. Okay? So this is your chance. I know you're in the bushes, all of you FBAs and Abos and Uncle Truth and Rob Bourne haters. I finally got him up here. This is your chance.
Yeah, man, that's crazy, bro.
That's why we can't go live, son. They can just kill everything. Just disappear.
Well, I don't want to fight, bro. I want to fight, bro.
Yo, wasn't y'all the same telling us yep, got them. Told you he was African. Now I done showed you why you ain't African no more. The name of this video is Don't Call Me No African. Do you understand why? Smart niggas will. Yo, Rob on no front. I thought I was a genius when I thought of that title. Where they at?
Nobody coming up there, son. You know that shit, bro.
Listen.
They know better, bro.
Right, so, but I don't want to hear all the jaw jacking nowhere else and blah blah blah. Like, yo,
you're gonna hear it because it has to be.
No, wait, hold on. And this is no disrespect to no other people. This because shit, he's right. I said it a few times last night. Right? Hold on, V not. But this is the case, and it's not. It's just our particular area. Like, they nobody else could do this but me and him. And I don't mean that in no whatever type of way. Now, here you go. Let the drama begin. Here you go.
So, as you heard him, you say, "Ain't nobody else but him and Rob Boy and get down like this." That's why. You know what I'm saying? This is kind of like they master teacher. You know what I'm saying? On the back end, when it come to little, present it the way he presented, as far as this Black History shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm finna go and step up in there and try to do my little 1-2 with him, and make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Now I'm finna get up in there and do my little 1-2 with him. I ain't gonna be on there for too long, and I'm gonna go on and stop it, and we'll go on and pick it up part 2 tomorrow. I gotta move around and check it a little bit.
What's up? What it do? What it do?
What's up, man? What's about what we talking about? Questions?
What did you learn today?
Yeah, I learned a little bit of history, but I got some questions.
About what happened today? About what? Yo, come on, Vino. Come on, man. It's Saturday night. Do you have questions about what you just saw?
Yeah, definitely. I got questions. So,
okay.
So the question is this the story for all Black people in America, or just for?
There's no such thing as a complete absolute. Come on, man. Ask a mature question, bro. Come on.
I mean, because you're talking about the FBA in a blanket statement and saying that this is.
Yeah, though. I ain't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
And I'm just looking at it, you saying, okay, yeah, this is where they said that they changing their name from Africa. Don't call me an African because of this situation right here. And you saying that this is the reason for why we doing it now.
No, that's not coherent. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So what you saying?
You have to go back for 2 hours. Like, if that's what you think I'm saying after 2 hours, and I can't, like, come on, man.
I mean, there's a lot.
Come on, man.
It was a lot that you said.
Okay.
But the couple of things that I did ask you just.
Okay, because I'm not. Come on, Vino. Ask something of substance. No, all of us didn't. Like, what do you like? Give me. You have your opportunity. Present something of value, bro. A question of substance. I swear I will try to answer it if it's like substantial.
I mean, it is substantial.
No, it's not. It's common sense if you watched it.
Once again,
here's why he's saying that. I mean, because he gets aggravated. You get older age, my nigga, you get aggravated. Right? But this is why he's saying this. You will not be able to show us no Black people, free or not free or whatever, saying something contrary to this. In order for you to even ask that question, that means that you have Black people in this time frame saying what you are saying right now.
That's what I'm saying. During the time frame that you're talking about in 1835, and y'all having y'all convention, it's a whole Negro war going on, and they fighting, talking about they trying to stay in Florida.
Okay, what Negro war are you talking about, bro? What is
the Seminole War?
All right, that's a whole, bro. I did a whole video on that. I don't know if he closed it out, but this is all right. Hold on. Let's be clear on what that's about. That war is originally about all of those Black people who was leaving those plantations from the British and going over to that area, to Spain and Florida, bro. They was mad about that, son. That's what caused that. That's why that's the most expensive thing that they ever spent money on, because they wanted to keep that institution of slavery, and you cannot have these Blacks over here running shit, tearing it up, which is why they took a long time to put it in the paper. That don't got nothing to do with that, bro. Because if I bring this up, I'm going to say, who is Francisco Menendez? Who is the person who founded Fort Mose? If I bring up St. Augustine,
Rob Warren. Wait, hold on, Vino. I would never interrupt. You know that, Rob Warren. Vino, hold on. Yo, Brendan, I want to say thank you to Brendan. Don't ever think I'm going to make light. Brendan, I might do the first video on them things saying shout out to Brendan. But I gotta say, Brendan, I'm humbled. Let me just put it that way. So I want to say shout out to Brendan. But go ahead, Rob on.
Brendan is a good guy, man. But in any event, that's kind of changing the story, what we talking about, because there's nobody in that story, if you want to call them Seminole, Gullah, whatever, that's saying anything in the contrary. None of them are saying this. You don't have a writing, you don't have a primary. You look at what we did. We put only black people speaking for themselves. You don't have nothing. That's why he's like, yo, ask another question.
Okay, so once again, so these are black people that's being educated by white people from the North that's abolitionists. And this is the same type of talking points that they coming with, when they're talking about, I want my liberty. These are stuff that was taught on them, calling them an African. If that was the case, why they not going from their own tribal names instead of just calling themselves a blanket term African?
Because they understood the slave trade to go backwards. This is when you look at Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, and you look at it, Prince Hall, they tell you about the horrible slave trade. They celebrate the end of the slave trade. 1808, all of these same people understood that they come from various places in West Africa. Thus, they adopted the term. This is why they say we are men of the African race. And you have to look at the science that is going on at that time.
But they wasn't using the term, they were using the term Negro at that time.
Wait a minute, bro. Hold on. So slow down for a second. And this is why, when you watch the beginning of the video, the first organizations are not called Negro anything. They're called African. This is why this was put down in this specific way. They're called that. Now he shows you the Freedom's Journal, which answers another question. It says, we are going to speak for ourselves. They're not, you want to say that they're educated by the white man, and why should we listen to them?
Hold on, Rob. I pulled it up now. I wasn't going to do it because I think you had asked me. This is important, your folks.
All right, hold on. Let me just get this, because that's going to tie into this. So I'm just saying that he's mad at you or telling you this because everything you are asking, the answer was given. So I don't understand how you even have this question. If you got black people who are fighting against oppression, he just read another thing with 1835, wherever we are being oppressed, we must come together and support that.
So why they didn't go down to Florida?
Bro, wait a minute, bro. That doesn't sound like a fucking Uncle Tom calling out when they're talking and fighting against these people.
But there was a war going on in Florida. Why they didn't go down to Florida?
Okay, hold that point. Chill, Rob, because I'm glad, one, you told me to do this, and two, that I didn't listen to you and pull it up early. This is like, now it's like, folks, not only the William Whipper thing, which is, if you're really into this, that's revolutionary shit we showed you. But check this out. This is from our first black man with a patent. He was heavily involved in our liberation struggle as well. His daughter was the first quote unquote Rosa Parks in our history. Her name is Elizabeth Jennings. So the first black man with a patent in America, his daughter and him both involved in our civil rights and our struggles, right? Listen to what he says speaking to the African side, and it's called the African Society for Mutual Relief in 1828. Okay? Thank you, Rob, because I think this is so powerful right now. Listen to what he said. Our claims are on America. It is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our, remember the word that Prince Harlem used? Nativity. We know no other country. It is a land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relation with Africa is the same as the white man's is with Europe. Only with this difference The one immigrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country. This is written in 1828 by our first black patent holder.
That's a lie.
Yo, come on, let me finish. And consequently, we have become.
And the reason that I said that was a lie, I was pointing out the fact that because he's trying to say our relationship with Africa is the same as the white man to Europe. No, that's not the same because black people was found in America. Once again, they trying to take the black man away from America. You know what I'm saying? For real though. That's how they doing it. But it's coming from the abolitionists. It's coming from the mental, the psychological part of how they've been dealing with us. And now psychologically, we down there, everybody moving like them, but we trying to get back to our roots. But like psychologically, we fucked up in the head over here. That's a fact. Because watching these niggas that we thinking is the niggas, but these niggas is really puppets. They've been going on. It looked like it's been going on forever. It's been going on for a long time, man. Been a lot of game. Been a lot of game being ran. And look. And look. Once again, we got somebody else that's running it within those same type of parties within our time frame of living. Jesse Jackson come up with a new term, African American. Just like back then, they trying to give us certain terms. They like the Jesse Jacksons back then for them people. And that's why a lot of people wasn't following them niggas. It's like a lot of niggas don't follow Jesse Jackson. Yeah, they really don't. They really don't do a lot of that. They really don't. But you know, they try to say they don't do that because they not trying to hurt nobody's feelings and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That is some old stupid shit like that. But definitely gotta dig more into that abolitionist. But these are the abolitionist talking points. All these people that's the educated people, that's the representatives that they banking on, just saying, well, you know, these are the people that wasn't shooting dice in the hallway and that was handling their business. And this is how they was talking. They had churches, they had this, they had that. And these are the terms they was using. Even though they just had a meeting and said, well, shit, we finna be calling ourselves, well, we had a meeting for the colors and said we finna take away, we not finna be worried about color of Africa, we finna be worried about anti-slavery. So now it's political. But every move being political for funding.
Naturalized, our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country from whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him what? A European. As for him and these demons to call us Africans. The argument will hold as good in the one case as the other. Africa is as foreign to us as Europe is to them. That is
It's not the same because black people was found in America, white people was not found in America.
So I'm not addressing that foolishness. That's why I'm glad Rob Bourne is for chat. Do you understand how even that is powerful? That we see this. So when you have some people with some form of like, I don't know, measurable intelligence, when you want to have this conversation, you can now say, well, look what Thomas Jennings says to address that. You asking me about why I'm not call myself African, but you're not putting this pressure on the white man. You ain't asking about the white man, but why he ain't talking about London and Liverpool no more. Thomas Jennings puts this out there in 1828. They've been talking about this since way before that.
White people wasn't found in America.
What does that have to do with what is on the screen?
So it's not a parallel because white people wasn't found in America.
What
black
does that
people
have to do? Where does it say black people? Where does it say black people in this thing?
You talking about Africans? You talking about African descent?
Right, so Indians aren't black. You just died by what the fuck you're bumbling about. Talk to Rob Bourne. I need somebody who has some level of measurable intelligence if I'm going to do this. Like, this is how, like, I don't even, like, this is how I destroy the white in them. I don't have this. That's why I don't debate y'all. Like, I don't have this same victory. I wish I did because it make it much easier. But the white in them is one's messing it up. I just feel sad for you guys.
The white people ain't got nothing to do with the FBA right now, so I don't even know why you putting them in the mix.
Oh, you ain't back in? No, you up there, Rob. What were you talking about? What'd you say?
I just sent you something. That was all.
Yo, seriously, 70 people. There's no FBA with any measurable intelligence. I'm not doing this, man. I done presented Jews. Shit. Unbelievable. Like, this is your time to ask serious questions.
That's what I'm saying. You trying to take this one story and say, yeah, this is the American black story.
One story. 2 hours and you got one story out? Good God Almighty Jesus. My God.
Hey, Vino, man, all you got to do, bro, is show us the people making your claims at that time. That's all you got to do, bro.
I'm just saying, you just made a statement.
I don't want to hear nothing else except that. Do you have any information of
Hold on, Rob.
in that time frame saying that?
Hold on, Rob. Yo, chill, Vino, hold on. Because I want to make sure that this is out here. Bakkerberg. And y'all know I don't like saying people's name like that, but I think, I have to do LW, you know who I'm talking about. I see that as well. Yeah, go ahead. I just want to make sure people know, like none of this is taken for granted, and I know it's the holiday season. I appreciate all, every penny or whatever. I just want to say it like that. But go ahead, y'all.
So, Rob Bourne, I think you made the statement that they was making in the convention is if it's a war, if it's a fight going on, that we should be there. Why wasn't they in Florida?
They were in Florida. The people who ran away, the people who continue to run away. Where do you think those people were staying at? Where were they getting food and stuff on their way? From those Black Americans who were enslaved. That's the story, bro. What are you talking about? Everybody.
Man, they had their own farms and cattle. What you talking about?
Where is the story that you are talking about? Where is them claiming that they are people of not an African descent? Where is that? Let me help you out. Hey, yo, Truth. Let me get this in there. That thing I just texted you, put that on the screen, bro.
I don't know how to do. I gotta email it to myself. Come on, man. Can I go downstairs and smoke my reefer? I want to go smoke my reefer real quick.
Yeah, you can go smoke the reefer. Put that shit on the screen real quick.
You can't share your screen. Yo, here, hold on.
I ain't go home. I didn't even go home, son.
This nigga got me.
Hey, well, this is a live from this past weekend. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing a live reaction on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I had pulled up on them this weekend, so I was just bringing the playback on it.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta email it to him. Come on, Rob Bourne.
Yo, relax, man. It's only weed. You said you was gonna stop smoking that shit anyway. That shit ain't regular. That ain't from our time frame. This some other shit. That ain't no 90s Chiba, nigga. I don't know what that shit is. I ain't smoking. Go ahead.
So the story of John Horse when he went to the Congress,
God.
and when he went to the
Horse again. Oh, Vino, man. Damn.
Out of all this shit that you just heard, you talking about shit that don't got nothing to do with this story, bro.
These is black people during that same time frame. During that same time frame, you talking about the 1830s and all this. So these black people that's living during this time over here.
Over word?
You just wait till he put that shit on the screen.
Wait, hold on. I just emailed it to myself. Did I email it to myself? Yo, Rob Warren.
Yeah, and they going to the Congress and they saying that they are a tribe from over here.
What?
They ain't said nothing about going to Africa.
Post it. Nobody's talking about going to Africa, bro. Nobody's talking about that. I'm asking you to show. What is it that you even claiming, bro?
I'm saying that the black. I said that the black people was fighting for the land
trying
over
to
here.
get you to talk about the Seminole War. You know, or one of them wars. You the one that. Wait, hold on, you know, chill. I'm gonna get him to talk about what you know, because you know I don't care about this shit. That shit you be talking about with the it's a Gullah War, and he all he knows is the Gullah and what's his name, Vyasa, Big Head Sam. That other shit he wants you to talk about the Florida and the John Horse and the Gullah War is really.
You can't talk about the black people.
This nigga sick, y'all. God damn. Rob Warren, don't leave now. Nah, I ain't talking to you.
Nah, I'm here, bro. I mean, I'm just waiting for you to put that shit on.
All right, hold on, man. Hold on. 1 second. Upload.
All right, man. Let me catch up with you.
No, hold on, Vino, because I had to upload this file. So
get everything all right.
My question for you, Vino, is
okay, I got you.
Were the Seminole black people, or were they Native American Indians?
Damn, I already.
Yeah, they black
shit,
people from America.
They're black people
Here you
from
go.
America. Okay. Hey, yo.
Want me to share that?
Yeah, when you share it,
scroll
down to where it says Negro War, bro.
I knew you was gonna do this. See, yo, when y'all know not that. Go ask Rob Bourne about all this Indian stuff. Between him, Sean, and and between Not a Coincidence. Don't be asked. I don't care about this shit. No. Go ahead. You guys are sick. Rob Bourne is the original sick person. Then you spread the disease to Sean.
Scroll down the Negro War.
Oh God. I don't give a damn about these. Fort Mose. This one? Negro Fort, Gullah War, this one.
So I guess this was his presentation. This is his little presentation thing. You know what I'm saying? So I guess you're breaking out the presentation thing to get at me.
One.
Right there. Stop right there.
Hold on.
Scroll
I just want to make it so everybody see it. Which one? This one?
Right there. What is that? I want you to read that for me, Vino. What that say? Read that. I want to know if you can read. Because I don't think you can read.
Good luck,
because there's no way you came on here with this shit.
What about it?
Read it.
So all he's trying to do with this is say that John Briggs is making a difference between the Negro and the Indian. But what he's not showing is that these black people was found over here within these areas and been over here within these areas before these white people even came down here established. So for him to just say the Negro and say, well, you know, they making a difference right there because they saying Negro and Indian at the same time. That's what I'm saying. At the same time, the history be funny because at the same time, this same person, you can get documentation of the same person saying a Negro Indian or a Negro chief. You know what I'm saying?
What's so significant that you could get some points for something with this?
Read it.
There's nothing new.
Read it. Do you know how to read?
No, Rob Boy, stop doing that.
So
People
you can't
watching.
read, bro?
You don't. No,
Hey, yo, bro.
Rob Boy, stop.
No. I asked you a question. Are the Seminoles black people or are they Native American Indians? You said they black people. I'm asking you to read this shit right here about the same war that you want to talk about. What is that? Read it.
He can't. Stop it. People are watching. Be nice.
I'ma read it. Captain John T. Spargy wrote the following. The Negroes from the commencement of the Florida War have, for their numbers, been the most formidable foe, more bloodthirsty, active, and revengeful than the Indian. Why are they making a distinction in kind between a Negro and an Indian?
Let's not a primary source you're using.
It is a primary source. I could get the shit for you too. Don't play stupid with me.
That ain't no problem. Why you didn't bring?
Furthermore, whereas General Andrew Jackson has referred to the First Seminole War as the Savage and Negro War, General Thomas S. Jessup referred to the Second Seminole War in the following words: "This is a Negro, not an Indian war." I don't care what you ask me. You need to put something on here to show me that this is a lie.
No, because you trying to misrepresent.
Show it to me as a lie.
Yeah, why you didn't show the black chiefs?
I don't give a fuck about a black chief. You show it to me.
Who's the black chief? What's a black chief?
You
dead. You dead, bro. You dead.
You should.
You died already. You dead, son.
You should care about the primary calling them black.
I should have just said that, no, it's really just lookership. You know, it's really just lookership. That don't mean that these people ain't already been over here before them other people came over here. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact.
Black Indians and black chiefs and saying that they in possession of Indians.
Yo, brother, listen. Here is your chance. Prove what the fuck you saying. Give it to us. You can't because you're internet Indian.
I can prove everything I'm saying.
So put it up. Where's it at?
I can't do it right now, but I can.
That's what I thought. You niggas never could do it now.
Yeah, my reaction video gonna be fire.
So now I'm gonna play stupid like you, right? You said the white. Stupid. Yo, how many black people was in America?
How many black people was in America when?
Right now, how many black people was in America?
I said about 50 million.
Okay, so it's 50 million black people in America, right? How many Europeans in America?
I said about 50 mil.
50 million? Nigga, it's 235 million Europeans in America, bro.
Oh, well then, it's about 100 of us then.
No, it's not 100. Yo, listen. I'm just gonna be real slow and stupid with you, right? So, how did all of them Europeans get here? Do you have some boats that they came here with?
Yeah, the Europeans got through here on ship.
What ship? Name the ship that the Europeans came in.
The Mayflower.
So the Mayflower brought how many people here?
About 200.
All that 200 turned to 230 million.
Because they end up coming over. They end up, coming over a lot.
Show me the rest of the boats. Where's the boats that the Europeans came on? If you can't show me the boats that became the 230 million, or give me a real figure of how many of them niggas came over here, the European is indigenous to America and you are the fraud.
Nah, they ain't found over here. They ain't found over here. This was the new world to the white people.
Hey, yo, bro. Where is the boats that the Europeans came on?
Yeah, they got them, but they definitely didn't.
Where they at? Show me a boat. Show it to me. Put it on the screen.
Well, we was just looking at one boat today on the Atlantic Slave Trans Voice website, and they said that one ship had like 400 people on there, and they had 20 white boys that was controlling them, and they was at sea for 573 days. Did you believe that?
Bro, that's not what I asked you. Hey, yo, bro.
I'm just saying, these are the stories. These are the stories that you get when you go to those. These are the stories that you get when you get to clicking on those.
I have a question in regards to this book that you guys have on the screen.
Okay.
Because right here at the bottom, it says.
Oh man, I end up getting up out of here. I end up getting up out of there. That was my little quick one too. Which I was in and out of this build. So I really just went on this build the whole time leading up there. So I really didn't know all the talking points to come with. But, you know what I'm saying, I had to get up in there and chop it up with them. But it's like I say, man, shout out to Truthstorian, man, you know, for even getting on and, you know, giving us some information that we can decipher and comb through. You know what I'm saying? There's some good Black information, and you know what I'm saying, that we can look through, and that's why I'm bringing it to the people, so that we can look at it and, you know, try to figure out why they saying, why they doing what they doing. And I think it'll be a good study for those dudes that he was pointing out, and the abolitionists doing their time within their areas. For real though. But yeah, man, that's gonna be it for today. We share. Well, for right now, I might go and, you know, get it popping later on. But gotta move around for a little bit. But yeah, man, I'm gonna have a part 2. You know what I'm saying? Probably tomorrow, gonna pop out with the part 2, because within the part 2, he's still gonna present some information, but within this time, it's gonna be more people on the panel, and it's gonna be a little bit more information and stuff that we can look at and second guess. But until then, make sure you stay pulled up and rolled up. You know, I'm glad that you showed up. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Some fries, with cheese, nigga. Hey, yo, make that double burger with cheese. See, yo, let me shoot your stupid ass overnight. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Oh, what, you trying to get smart? Nigga, oh, you trying to get some knowledge? Nigga, fuck that, nigga. Give me your motherfucking jury, nigga. Do this shit. You gotta pay it to your father, huh? Your mother? Yo, this motherfucking shit. Better be than the motherfucking cops, nigga.
Getting crazy. Times are 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 getting
Times are getting crazy, the grind is getting lazy. So instead of blaming, I've got this bitch that pays me. Conscious fat, the jealous got me strapped. I'm a cold crust cripple with a gift to rap. Born in the O in 1970, and ever since then I've been soaking game ho. Now my game is strong, the dollars come low. Not only from my bitch, but from my rap song. Suckers stay back, cause they know I'm not weak. Especially when they heard me in the 9 o'clock beat from the VPD. I steady get harassed on those damn black and whites and that motherfucking task. They steady sweating me, they ain't letting me live my young life, and they smooth rejecting me because of young brothers from a black minority. They wanna lock you down in the youth authority. Homie, please, I'm out to stack G's. flip, a yacht, jacuzzi, 7 seas, a Benz with a hump. That beats good, a drop top Jag or a damn Fleetwood. Caddy, fool, a nigga wants to roll. Straight high side with his pockets swole. Cause money makes the world go around. That's why on the mic, you hear me throwing down. I get paid, cool in the shade with a big fat split and a gang of bootleg. To get tipsy, or should I say purge? Times are getting crazy, I'm gonna go berserk. Jealous motherfuckers trying to keep me at the bottom. Cause funky fresh rhymes, they know I got them. And jealous fools, white, older than 20, wanna sweat because they broke, man, they must be young grippers. Sweat, young brother, I'm 17. If you live in the Crescent Lane, you know what I mean. They don't want to grow up. Shit is making me sick, about to throw up. Listen to the games I put in my jams, cause times are getting crazy for a young black man. Living a life with a felony record. And if you try to get a job, you smooth get rejected. Come on, my brother, let's get some shit right. Get it right. Get it together and get your shit right. Cause times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Hey, times are getting crazy, man. You done heard what he said. How many times you gotta say it though? Boy, it's dope, boy. You know what time it is. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Times are getting crazy. Time, they getting crazy. I say time, they getting crazy. I say a time, it's getting crazy.